It says going live now. The swirly thing is happening. It says I'm live. I think we're live, and that means in a moment I'm going to get an echo.
Noodles!
Noodles. Delightful. Thank you, Wes.
Yeah. All right.
It does look like it's live.
I think we're live. Holy shit.
Yep, I hear you.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, let us get things rolling. So, this is going to be my best attempt at an introduction to the setting of Yesrallaw. This is a homebrew campaign setting of my own creation. There have been several campaigns held within this setting up to now, with a lot of the additional and more granular details of the campaign having been written by previous players and campaigns. All that being said, today's session and all the sessions going forwards within this campaign are going to be featuring a variety of characters. One by one, I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourself. We might as well go in the order as people are listed within the Discord call. Theo, go ahead and introduce both yourself and your character.
Hello, I am Theo, and my character is Grigore Marashai in Elven. I am an elf that not too long ago escaped from the Empire, and am currently making my way towards Verdenfeld. I've been alone for most of my time in the human realm, and that's why I'm here. Did that come through properly?
Yes,
Yeah.
I was certainly able to hear you perfectly fine.
All right.
Actually, for reasons that will become clear in a moment, we're going to skip over Kiki for now. Trig, please introduce both yourself and your character.
I am Tricky Hippie. This is my YouTube channel, so if you don't know who I am, welcome. My my character is Grusri. Grusri is a monk of the drunken style, and basically he's been kicked out of the monastery for being too drunk after he was taken in by that monastery because he was in his village and was also getting into drunken fights with people. And now I find myself on the road with a horse and cart full of mead and wine that I've brewed and been given the task of going and seeing if I can make my way in the world by my monastery. I'm gonna have a drink and gonna continue drinking and enjoy myself, and maybe get a few other people drunk at the same time, because sharing is good.
So, with that said, Marsh, go ahead and introduce yourself.
I am Gunnar Veit, a former student of engineer and firestone-based mechanisms in Varpak, and I fled from there since I invented a semi-sentient automaton that now follows me around to keep the state from getting its grubby hands on it and violating my NAP.
Just a quick point, by the way. Grus is human. Comes from the human empire of Stradivania, whereas Gunnar is a dwarf coming from the dwarven kingdoms of Vrang and Uriag. All that being said, we move on to a character who will be introduced later on in the story, being played by Chase. So for now, Chase, just go ahead and give yourself an introduction, but we'll save your character for later. How about
that? My name is Poppy Stormstrider CD. I am a druid that has been disconnected from nature. I am a very weird individual, to say the least. Where usual druids are tree-hugging hippies, I have not the least bit of care for normal nature.
Well, I did say introduce yourself, but we will get around to your character later. But thank you
Okay.
anyway.
I did not hear you. Sorry. I'm Chase, the Middle Eastern. Hello.
Well, with that all said, Kiki, we're going to be starting off with your character. So go ahead and introduce both yourself and your character, and then we shall get into the nitty-gritty of things.
I am Kiki. You probably know me over Discord for owning legs. I
Legs and boats.
oh dear. So I am going to be playing Grace Seer, and she is a human paladin from mountain tribes who is out seeking challenge and glory.
And what is your reason for having travelled to Verdenfeld?
Well, of course, I seek some challenge, some competition, something worth fighting for. And over there, I've heard there are some rather skilled fighters who could become some powerful allies, or potentially just some good fights.
Yes, the city of Verdenfeld is known throughout the human kingdom of Stradivania for being the central cultural nexus of the Dragonborn people, a once proud and highly militaristic race coming from a far-off land, a people who pride themselves in honourable combat and the practice of the martial arts, their homeland having been conquered and, quite frankly, disgraced by the elven kingdom of Nador and Maya several decades ago. Their people have since been scattered to the four corners of the world, with a majority of those populations having congealed within the city of Verdenfeld itself. But all that being said, let us move on to what is actually going on in the world. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, is it considered right these days to congeal a population?
It is, depending on the circumstances. Of course, the government does hold the right to do it as they please with their people, until the people say otherwise.
Governments.
As is the case with any government in any world, in any period of time.
Lies.
The tragedies in which we exist.
They do not
But anyway,
recognize these governments.
We enter into this setting with a view of Grace Seer, the paladin played by our friend Kiki here, who is travelling along the road, having come from the far west and travelling eastward towards the city of Verdenfeld. Only hours prior, she had encountered a large storm rolling in from the southern coast of Stradivania. A large, billowing sheet of clouds and inclement inclinations making their way in her direction. But being the strong-willed, independent woman that she is, Kiki decided that she would face this storm head-on instead of attempting to make camp. A decision that has eventually led her to arriving at the inn alongside the road, the Raven's Crook roadside bed and breakfast, a fairly nice-looking roadside inn with a small stable that appears to be occupied alongside a large wattle and daub structure looking to be approximately 2 to 3 stories tall, and with a artfully crafted sign hanging over, visible from those travelling down the road, indicating a place of refuge for the weary traveller. Kiki, as you arrive at the front door, you can hear a small amount of lively chatter coming from the interior. How do you wish to introduce yourself to the patrons of this fine establishment?
Is the door open, like freely swinging, or is it one of those knock and enter
You take a look.
establishments?
You take a look at the door and you see that it is for the most part closed, but you can tell that it is ever so slightly ajar enough that should you choose to do so, you could boot it open without actually damaging the hinges.
Ah, well, in that case, before I do so, I shall give a loud knock
Okay.
and swing the door open.
With the necessary force to knock on the door, alerting everybody on the inside, whilst also simultaneously causing the door to swing open with an amount of grace indicative of someone as yourself. You see the interior lit up in a dull orange series of candlelight. Within the inside, you see a variety of tables with the majority of the interior being mostly empty. You see that there is a bar around the distant side opposite from where you have entered, with a series of steps leading up on your left up to what you can only imagine to be the building's lodgings. The tables themselves consist of small rounded things which look like may have been at one point repurposed cable spools, and around each of these tables you see a variety of chairs, most of which are empty, but around one of the tables you see a group of interesting looking individuals. A man who has oddly accompanied by an autonomous looking creature, some kind of construct made of metal and leather. Another much taller individual who is sat there. Well, that being said, would the rest of you like to describe what the rest of you would be doing within this inn, seeing as the door opens up to the silhouetted figure of a large, bulbous-looking entity soaked through with tentacle-like hair dripping over her face?
Nice.
I would just be sitting there, smoking a pipe, just thinking, just another savage.
I will be too busy contemplating how much alcohol I can drink at the moment. I will, just be drinking, essentially, and maybe looking into the fire and then drinking some more. And oh, there's a person at the door. Is she hot? Nice hair.
Unfortunately, the person at the door is currently silhouetted by the interior lighting and the dark exterior of the building.
And
so
I
you don't have a good look at her.
I say person.
You'd like to roll
I'm
me a
assuming there's
perception.
one, but there looks like there's three. But I'm gonna guess that the middle one is the one that's real, because I've been this way before, and the one on the left and the right are lies. But yes, okay. Hello.
They're made up by the government.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lies and more lies. I will go back to my wine now.
You see, manning the bar, there is a not too tall, roughly average height man, balding on top with the remnants of an attempted retention of hair going around the outside. He's dressed in clothes that would suggest a man of moderate wealth, but no particular extravagance. He calls out to you with a jolly wave. Ah, hello, another traveller. Feel free to make your way inside.
I shall stroll up to the bar, dripping as I go, leaving a big wet trail. And
Do you bother to close the door on your way in, or do you leave it wide open?
oh goodness, no! Of course you close the door. Manners.
Good. In that case, as you
And-
arrive, the man would greet you with a jolly smile, an impressed look on his face as he admires your equipment, as he says, "Oh, you look like you've had a terrible time. Misjudged the weather, I guess? The first one's on the house. What would you like to get?"
Misjudged? Goodness, I've just bested a storm, and that calls for your finest cocktail.
I see. Well, I suppose in that case I'll have to get you something proper whipped up. Go ahead and make your way over to one of our tables. I'll come over and deliver my finest cocktail to you soon. Might I recommend a seat by the fire?
Of course. I'll go find one.
Everyone's gonna be drunk by the end of this time of day.
Oh yeah. Every time someone
not
says
already
drink,
drunk?
I am already drinking. Every time you say drink, I'm gonna drink. IRL,
Ironically-
take a
Every time you say
mouthful.
drink, he's already drinking. He's on his second one.
Ironically, everyone
Yeah.
except for the dwarf will be drunk by the end of this.
You know what? I've only got half a bottle of wine left, but I'll take you up on that.
Oh,
Kiki,
no.
Are you claiming that bottles of wine are in fact tiny wee little 25 centiliter bottles again?
I have shown you the picture of the bottle of wine.
Let me see the picture
Yes.
again. I need to double check
She
this.
even posted it with a characteristic background of Kiki.
Oh yes.
Why is
Oh
there
okay.
some-
No, that is an actual bottle this time. Because there have been lies before. Whereas I've drunk 3 bottles of wine and they were like tiny little miniature
Oh,
glass
those
bottles.
airport
They were,
bottles.
Yeah.
they were still bottles. They were still bottles.
I was trying to keep pace with you. You realize how much booze I poured down my throat?
Look, I never said how much was in the bottles, just that they were bottles.
I still kept pace. I was in a
Lies.
state, but I managed. Right.
Anyway,
Yeah. Sorry.
so she's. I guess we can invite her over.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to seeing what a person would want to do in a storm.
Yeah.
I nod.
Girl drinking booze. Welcome. Girl drinking booze. Cheers.
Yes.
Yes, by the time
Greetings,
you have arrived
man
at the
also
table,
drinking
Kiki,
booze.
by the time you've arrived at the table, Kiki, the barman has already come over with a relatively small mug that, as you peer inside, you can tell is quite clearly holding a small amount of some mead with, after a quick sniff, appears to have been zest up with and just a shot of something a little stronger. This is what you get when you ask for a cocktail at a roadside inn.
Mead with vodka in it. Awesome.
Well, a toast to the storm bit defeated. And I shall raise my glass to the others.
Draw.
I
The
give a
toast.
nod and raise my glass as well.
Oh yeah.
So what may I ask
already
brings
Best.
So-
This is just character acting. I assure you.
what challenges have brought you fine fellows here?
Oh, well, I'm just traveling the world, seeing what there is.
Well, I have wine and mead in a cart, and I am taking it to town to sell some of it and drink some of it. And
I'll,
I'm here.
Look him.
He's mostly drinking.
I'll look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look him up and down real hard, and yeah, you're certainly taking it to town, all right.
That's.
Mm.
Ah,
Speaking of, when you guys were describing yourselves earlier, you didn't give much in the way of a physical description. So go ahead and describe to each other what exactly each of your characters, what monstrosities are gathered before you at this small table of rabble-rousing.
Well, I think Trick can start.
I can start. Can I start? Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I am but a lonely monk. So I am wearing simple robes of essentially a loincloth and a sort of robe type of thing. Maybe orange, I don't know. But essentially not an awful lot. I have my banjo on my back, and I have a small flask on my hip, and a tankard in my hand. Tall, average height, not nothing particularly spectacular, I guess. Just your average, tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed kind of monk type dude who is enjoying a drink or two, or maybe more. Anyway, does anyone else want to describe what they look like?
It's a bit of a
yeah.
coincidence. Because my character is also average height, blonde with blue eyes. However, mine has a bit pointier ears.
Oh god, it's an elf.
I like the blonde and blue eyes thing,
God,
but
it's
the
retarded.
ears. Okay, sure. Do you drink?
They're not very pointy. They're just a bit pointier than yours.
Okay. Are you enjoying and imbibing and enjoying alcohol? And can you get drunk, sir?
I believe I should be able to.
Then we should be firm friends.
I give him.
We can
a
always
nod.
clip ears if it comes to it.
I move my glass closer up to him to what do you guys do to
toast?
to toast? I'll drink
Prost.
to that.
Prost.
Prost.
Prost. Cheers.
Yes. God.
God, I'm going to be slaughtered in a minute.
Alas, I cannot make proper toast sounds because all of the glasses are made of plastic since it's a boat.
Oh.
Well, there is
Anyway.
a solution to that. Find a wrench and just bang it against something metal.
Clang.
Oh, yes. Clang, clang, clang,
Hang
clang,
on.
clang, yes.
I've got an empty wine bottle and a fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
No, that's not quite right.
Look, throwing an empty bottle at a fire extinguisher is something for the end of the session, at the start.
Here, I've done it for you.
Plonk.
Yeah, wooden glasses.
Yes.
Well,
Ah,
it's worth bearing in mind that pewter mugs and tankards would be a thing during this kind of during this setting.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
In either case,
well, Grace
Uh,
is a long blonde-haired woman with a good set of chain on her and a necklace that bears the symbol of the sun. And yeah, she is gleaming as her armor is well and freshly polished. And yeah, above medium height.
Just a quick
Little
question. Sorry,
little
just-
heels on the boot.
Quick
we would
question.
note that it is a noteworthy accomplishment to be able to apply a proper polishing job to ringmail.
I have a quick question. Is everyone also blonde and blue-eyed?
Mine
Up until
is.
now. Up until
Am I
now.
the only? Is my character the only one that?
It's the same thing with G.
I'm just-
Hang on. Are you suggesting that you're playing an inferior species?
I have a different hair color. I'm not an inferior. Screw you. Screw you. Fucking hell. This is racism, man.
While on the subject of inferior- while on the subject
Ah.
of inferior species,
We were quite happy to keep race out of this. It was Ginger who decided he was going to point out that we were different races.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you pointed out that we're all just blonde and blue-eyed. I mean, God, you're the racist. one.
I
Hmm.
want to clarify by saying that I was the one who was suggesting that the party have a degree of ethnic diversity within their ranks. It was you lot who all decided, oh, let's play the human supremacists.
Hey, I'm a dwarf. I'm a dwarf supremacist.
We've got a short person and a knife here. I mean, we have to put up with this. I mean, we are diverse, rather.
I agree. We are diverse.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yes. That's why I'm blonde and blue-eyed as well, like the
Exa-
others.
Yeah.
Regarding
Except
the
good.
blonde
shorter.
and blue-eyed, I wanted to add one more thing, and that's unlike most elves, my hair is quite short. Don't want to be
Okay.
taken with the regular knife ears.
My lad is also wearing a vest, covered in various tools of various sizes, hammers, tongs, chisels. And next to him is, of course, his wonderful automaton, a robot of true remarkableness.
By the way, as you're doing these descriptions, Trig, I hope that you're bringing up the various character arts that you've applied to your character sheets during your character creation process.
Everyone can see them on screen. They are a little small. I need to. God, I'm gonna have to do that as well. Okay, right. Shit.
Oh no, you're going to have to be a YouTuber. Shit.
Yeah. Okay, right. Give me a second.
It's for the algorithm, Trig. For the algorithm.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That. What do I do? Yeah. I will. God damn it! It's the wrong page.
I like your bookmarks.
What bookmarks? Oh. Yeah, there's nothing there. Nothing. No one needs to see the bookmarks. That's all. They're fine. What? Hold on. Which character sheets we've got? We've got. Oh, where's the elf? Where's the elf? Where do we have?
Oh.
Throw him into the D&D schedule organization thingy so I can find. I've got a very fine dwarf. That's a dwarf you can trust. He knows his mountains and stuff.
Do bear in mind that if you just simply go over to the character list on the right of your Roll20 tab here, you can actually see the images.
Oh god! Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there is Grace here, which is played by Kiki, who is actually, yeah. Okay. Hot blonde. Nice. Very much my type.
You still have the dwarf open on the stream there.
It will get there. There's a delay.
Well, that's the hot blonde, really.
There's a delay. Well, yeah. That too.
And here's the hot blonde. And the other hot blonde.
It's fine. We just learned that figures into dwarves. That's all.
As long as they're shorter than me, I'm okay. And there is me with my banjo, and yeah, it completely not your hunter from the future, of course. And there is Gunnar, but right, okay, yeah. I have done my keeping up with things.
Excellent.
Jesus, you know what? Drinking on stream is a bad idea. It was a terrible idea. Whoever's idea of this was a bad thing. Cause me drinking, yeah.
Amazing.
Don't you mean a great idea?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic idea. And please do not pay any attention to my shortcuts on my thing.
Yes, Kiki.
Yeah, I, on the other hand, am perfectly fine when I've had a few drinks, and definitely will not lie on the floor.
Yeah, you can handle many bottles.
Mm-hmm.
The number of wine bottles that Kiki has drunk in a single night can be quite impressive, often ranging up into the single digits.
Yeah.
But anyway, aside from all of that,
drunk 3 bottles.
One is a single digit with ginger.
But so is 9. So is 9.
Yeah, that is correct.
It's a range. It's a range from 1 to
And
9.
nine bottles is actually 9 glasses in Kiki's weird short bottle world. And
still not bad.
Look, it's better for
It's still not bad.
selling, you know. if you're selling someone wine, you've got to sell it in bottles because they're sealed. And, you know, you can get those ones that are like wine glasses that are sealed on the top, but they just look tacky.
Hmm.
So you've got to sell them in bottles. And of course, oh goodness, drink wine, don't inhale it. The best way to acquire wine is to take it from stock.
Yes, I guess.
Who's stuck?
Should you be not getting high off your own supply, etc.? That type of.
This
mean, it
advice
depends whether
on
you've already
how to
made-
acquire vast amounts of alcohol coming from a D&D stream, bear in mind.
Yeah. There you go. This
It's
is.
called diversifying.
Shouldn't Bruce Ree not be getting high on his own supply?
Bruce Ree is not high. He's buying weed from the tavern. The tavern is very, very happy to supply Bruce with the mead. And in a minute, he will ask for a wee refill on his meager and tiny hip flask. And yeah.
Yeah, as everyone knows, when you go out and buy in bulk with stock, right? You look at it and you say, I need to sell 30% of this to make a profit, which means I can drink the other 70.
Dear Lord.
No.
Economics, people!
Stonks.
Drunkenomics, yes.
So, with all of this drunken, uproarious conversation having taken place between the various characters, you soon see the somewhat portly and middle-aged looking barman come over to your table and say, well, it seems as though that you lot might be the only patrons I'm having for the night. I'm soon going to be locking up and heading off to bed myself. You're all you're staying the night, I suppose.
Aye, I believe we are.
Sounds good.
Right, how many
Unless-
rooms between you all should I be getting ready for you? There are 3 available.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sleeping with a knife here.
Don't worry, I do not wish to sleep with a dwarf.
Good.
Perhaps,
Anyway, I suppose
perhaps
we'll
the monk
take,
wishes to lay in the same bed as the dwarf.
I suppose we'll take all the rooms.
Yeah,
And
it
then
sounds
we'll
like
handle
we're
it.
going to need to.
Yeah.
Yes.
We shall be needing all the rooms, patron.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to leave the 4 of you to go ahead and discuss things. I'll be over at the bar for the next 20 minutes or so, cleaning up. When you're ready to come over and tell me how you're going to be dividing the 3 rooms between the 4 of you, just let me know. I'll make a note of things and we can exchange coins for keys.
And here I thought a good tavern meant that you all fell asleep at the table drunk.
Well, I am
Yeah.
very happy to keep drinking until I pass out somewhere. In fact, it is probably the way it will work. If someone wants me to sleep in a room, then that may, they will have to drag me there. Or
Well,
not.
we
I'd like
could
to
use those
reiterate-
rules. We
I
could
would like
just
to
say,
reiterate that
first
that
come, first serve.
the patron only said that he is going and closing everything up and going up.
Yeah.
Look here, you. He points at Trick. I'm perfectly happy for you to go ahead and sleep on the table here, and even so, I would say that you could do so free of charge. But if I have to pick you up in the morning, you're being charged twice the amount. Understood?
Fair. I will.
He nods in your direction and then heads away from the table.
In that case, good sirs and ladies, I have a proposal
Alright.
for you. I
Hello?
propose that
Propose away.
for if you will stop me from hitting the fate of having to pay double the room charges for just sleeping at this meager table. I'm going to need some people to come with me on my travels to where are we going? Wardenfeld, I think it is. I believe
Well,
at this point.
Wardenfeld is the closest city.
Yeah,
so-
I basically I have lots of booze in my horse and cart, and just in case someone attacks us, you guys look like some of you look like you could fight. I am no fighter, but I could do with somebody to help me take this stuff to market, and yeah, if you'll join me for a drink, or drink me for a join. We can toast this an arrangement and maybe travel to that town and sell some booze and drink some booze and have a damn good time of it.
I'd
But
be quite
Well, I,
happy
for one-
with.
I have no
helping
coin
you.
on me. I have like meager coin, a few coins. I'm a monk. I'm poor. If you could help me out with the price of the room, I might need that. And when we sell the wine, it will be money.
Always up for a fight, and I shall declare so by throwing a javelin across the room.
As you do so, go ahead and roll me an attack roll there, Kiki.
I'm going to aim for like an elaborate boar's head or something on the wall. Do they
I
have any of
suppose-
those?
The closest equivalent is located somewhat behind you. You see a crude rendition, what appears to be perhaps one of the tabletops that has been painted over into what you would probably recognize as an oversized dartboard.
At first, I was quite excited.
Oh goodness!
Or-
Hang on. I'm going to use magic. Boom.
Use your channel divinity to strike with supernatural accuracy. Sure. As you see Grace take hold of one of her javelins, hold it like a dart player would, and proceed to throw it single-handedly towards the large dartboard on the opposite side of the room. A feat in of itself, I might add. You see as it begins to veer off in a clearly poorly aimed direction. You see as an ever so slight glow of divinity begins to take hold of the item as it begins to curve through the air before striking actually surprisingly close to the center of the board. You immediately see a somewhat surprised looking barman on the opposite side of the room look over and give you a scowl just in the general direction of the table.
I raise my eyebrows, lads. That's very impressive.
I just say, well, as long as you keep doing that and you don't hit me, I'll be fine.
By the
But
way,
yes.
Trick, if you could switch over to the chat on the stream so that people can actually
Yes, I
click
have
on the
just
little blue tab top right.
I have just done that. Yes, we are now back there. Sorry, there is a delay on the stream. But yes, that is.
Very unfortunate delay.
But I would most certainly enjoy that, accepting your proposal. And I would happily pay for the room if I get a nice cut of whatever booze we sell in Verdenfeld.
I have difficulty cutting booze, but we shall pour you a glass, or we can cut a portion of the money that we make. Certainly shall be yours, sir. No problem at all with that. I give you my word.
Good.
Yes.
I also agree.
I often find that if you cut the money, it no longer becomes legal tender.
Yeah, they get a bit funny about when you shave off bits of the gold off the gold coins and keep some of the gold for yourself and try to. Yeah, I know. I have. I can tell you a story. There was this time.
Then do, good sir.
I believe.
where
I
am
believe
I?
It's you're supposed to shave the gold from the larger sides and not from the smallest side.
That's right. You need to keep it as round as possible. But
They start looking funny at you when you hand in golden squares.
golden.
But then are there not those nations? Are there not those nations in the east that only accept golden squares?
Ah.
I remember a
maybe.
time when we had problem with human coins trying to pass off as elven tender.
That sounds like a
poor
you
man.
problem.
Who would want to do such a thing? That seems
Yeah, absolutely
insane.
That
Why
poor
would you
man,
want
when
to
they finally
just
found him-
degrade human coins in such a way?
Mhm.
It's almost
believe-
sickening to imagine. Goodness.
I believe they when they caught him, they hanged him and then cut off his head.
Yeah,
The right thing
absolutely.
to do.
Defacing
what they
human
deserve.
coins is absolute. Yes,
Mhm.
so they should.
In-game law regarding the laws of Stradivania being written live, folks.
Quite.
But I have been ever since I have been in this human nation. I've been mostly on my own, so I would very much enjoy to be in the company of fine people like you.
Sounds good.
Well, it's good that you think that way.
Except maybe the dwarf. That
Ah.
thing. What is that thing even that's continuously around you?
This is my wonderful robot. It sometimes speaks, it sometimes doesn't, but it does what I say, and it's very good at doing what I say.
I would say if you were
Are
to
you going
enchant,
to share your room with that
Uh,
thing?
Yes, always. It follows me
If-
around wherever I go. But also
If
Trig,
you were to
it does
enchant
have its own. It does have its own
a suit
character
of
sheet,
armor,
and you can present it to the stream.
Oh, it does.
why
Yes, hold on.
why would you not enchant a suit of armor that actually fits you?
I can't
Uh,
say that.
This one moves on its own.
This is
It's
Poppy.
called Roch Eibukrig.
I'm sorry, I do not speak
Whatever that was.
gibberish.
If you could go ahead and just post the well-drawn image that you have made for your robot into the Yesrallaw Odyssey Discord chat, that would be appreciated.
I can do that too. Yeah. Just make sure it's the right. Yeah.
In fact, I think I'll actually edit that screen so that everybody in the party can view the image. Let's see.
I can't believe I used my guided strike for a. It's fine. It's fine.
It's all right. You'll have a rest in a minute, and it will come back. I'm sure, or
There you
something like that.
Now you should be able to see the character page for the robot on your stream here in a moment, Trig.
Is that
Okay,
supposed to
where
be
is it?
important?
Where we is not
At the
line.
character string. At the character.
It'll
Oh,
be appearing at the top.
oh, there
Anyways.
we go. Yes, there we go. Look at that.
Anyways,
Fine.
good sirs, if we are to travel together, perhaps names are in order. Grace Seer of the Northern Kingdoms.
Grace is an honor. I am Gruce. Gruce and
I am
Grace.
Gunnar.
Gunnar,
Gunnar
Gunnar, Gruce and Grace. Gee.
My name is Grigore Mareshai, but
Another key.
but
Grigor,
for you,
Gunnar, Grace, and Gruce.
I believe the closest translation to the common is George.
George it is.
George. So we have George, Gruce, Grace, and yes.
Yeah.
Gee, this is a fine party we are putting
I
here.
agree.
A toast. Cheers.
Cheers.
Indeed.
To the G.
Indeed.
The chaotic nature of the first session grows ever stronger.
Chaotic neutral.
And what
though.
have you?
Yeah, good. Go neutral or something. Yes. I will. In fact, shall we? Yes. I will. I will
And
quietly in the background play a little ditty on my banjo.
what have you, Swamp Man? You haven't introduced yourself.
Is Chase even here?
I don't believe Chase is here.
Chase,
I am
Chase
currently
is
not here.
Yeah.
Yes, Chase isn't in the story right now. He's going
I don't
to be
have a
introduced
G
to the
in my
party
name as well.
a little further down the line, I'm afraid.
He's not part of the G
Alas.
squad.
I have special
Maybe I
plans for
haven't-
him.
Maybe I've had too much to drink, and yet there is more to drink.
Right now, the four of us are at the stable. So can we now? Can we now assume that this table here is now the G spot?
Oh, absolutely. They always like to be in the G spot.
It is
I agree.
currently rife with pleasure.
Disgusting.
Hey, how dare you? Anyway, I believe
You're disgusting.
it is time for me to go to sleep. My automaton also requires rest.
Ugh, weak.
Does that require rest?
Yes. Just like many things require.
Highly impressive. I
A
thought it
toast to the strong.
A toast to the
To
To
strong.
remain at the
That-
remain at the table and drink what should be drunk.
I will drink until I tell you this: the last person that is able to remain with me and drink with me shall get the highest cut of the share of the profits.
Okay, I come back to the table. I shall accept this challenge.
You
Drink
are
with me.
suggesting that. You are suggesting that you shall be at least among the second to last who is at this table.
I
I
suggest
want
to
point
you
out,
that no one may best me in booze.
as you all proposed yet another toast, you see the barman. He apparently overhears your proposal of yet another toast as he calls over. Just so that you're all aware, I'm about to lock up good. If you don't have a room booked now, you're not going to be able to book one.
I nod to him and say, "We're taking all the rooms. Do not worry."
All right then, come and leave your
Good
coin
sir.
over here.
I'll get up and
May we-
go for them.
I shall pay too.
We, sir, are honourable people. Would we be permitted to drink from your fine establishment and leave coin on morrow's dawn?
Unfortunately, that's only an option for the regulars. You're not regulars, just to make things clear.
we might be. I tell you now, I am very regular.
But perhaps we could.
So he
Perhaps
says.
we could become your regulars. How does one engage in such a?
I ask him the price of
I
a
believe you have to
room,
come
and I give
here
him the
alone.
coin.
Yes, that man has the idea.
It's 5 silver a room. So if you're booking the remaining 3 rooms to yourselves, then I'll just leave these 3 keys here on the side. I'll let you all figure out how you're going to achieve leaving 5 silver and 1 gold next to them. How about that?
So we have some bets on here, and this is a very important night for all of us. Perhaps you could leave us a few bottles as well.
That sounds like a very good idea.
Pay up front.
That
Of
can
course.
be
How
arranged.
much?
You
Okay.
see as he begins to grow tired of your drunken
I'll
shenanigans. as he begins to watch his
I'll go to
temples.
him again, and I'll just give him 2 coins. I'll put down 2 coins on the table. 2 gold coins.
2 gold coins. All right. He looks at you with a look of very distinct, both exasperation, but mostly just thanks for being the sober one. And
I give him a nod, and
he says to you in a somewhat hushed tone compared to earlier, I'll leave some of the nicer wine out for you all to drink. That'll, if you're going to be covering the rooms as well as the alcohol, that'll get you 2 bottles of some of the nicer stuff. How about that?
I thank him graciously.
He,
I wish you a good evening, and thank you.
he nods. You see as he bends down and reaches into a cabinet of sorts in order to pull 3 distinct keys out, with each having a small paper tab on the side with a 3, 4, and 5 written onto them. He places them on the side, takes the coin away, and says, I'll be right back with your wine, sir.
I nod.
Good
And I
God.
just turn around and lean on the bar, looking at
You're a fine man,
the drunken mess.
and well done, sir.
I
A
give
good
them-
man
I
indeed.
give them. I raise my hand up in the air with a thumbs up. It's coming.
And to his thumbs up, I shall raise a glass.
To the yes, to the man of the moment. Cheers.
Cheers.
To him with the drinks.
Hurrah.
After around a minute and a half has passed, you see the same man come back from from what you can only assume to be a back room door, carrying a nice-sized bottle of wine in each hand. He presents them to you, Theo, on the side of the bar, and says, "All right, try not to make too much of a mess."
I thank him very much, and I wish him a good evening. Definitely we shall have a good one.
He nods and says, "Same to you." For
Is there perchance a bucket for those here with a weaker constitution?
He points at one of the windows and says, "That one opens."
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Splendid.
Splendid. I take the bottles and I go sit back.
And so the drinking begins.
Oh
I'm not
god,
gonna-
this is a problem.
No matter
I'm out
how
of-
much we drink, I shall not forget our little bargain we've made.
Good.
This is
Yeah,
a
neither
problem.
have
I'm
I.
out of actual IRL wine.
You are out of actual IRL wine.
Oh, that was quick.
Damn.
Unless I
God.
walk to another boat, which is like some wind noises.
I
You
wouldn't
know what?
recommend
Other
walking.
people. Walking's fine. Some other bits and heels. And another person is there anyway. I am muted while acquiring wine for roleplay purposes, of course.
Okay.
Good.
Crikey. That Kiki bird has gone quiet all of a sudden. Oh no. Right.
She must be charging up for,
Yeah.
for another round of drinking. Yeah, that's it.
It's wise. A good plan. In fact, should probably
Oh,
open
wait.
another bottle just in case. Good to let it breathe and all that.
Ah, dwarven toughness gives me advantage. Right.
Dwarven toughness gives you advantage over drinking.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
Well,
As being a dwarf imparts to you resistance to poison, and with alcohol itself being a form of mild poison, dwarves are able to hold far more liquor than the average humanoid race.
Which is very helpful because I only have 10 constitution.
It's worth pointing out that there are certain races which have near complete immunity to alcohol, such as the snake people of the Yonti, a people that are native to this continent, and yet those few that do wander these lands are noteworthy for being entirely immune to the effects of alcohol, requiring other more potent substances to become inebriated.
That is
With
their
one
loss.
such with one such character in one of my other campaigns drinking pure cyanide found in an old gold mine as a means by which to become drunk during merrymaking evenings.
Impressive.
Nice. That's a power move.
Yeah.
True.
Don't go shot for shot with that one. Damn. Right.
And so I guess we've been drinking.
we have.
I tap out. I definitely cannot handle more, and knowing myself, if I go any further than this, I will start seeing blurry. I will start seeing more than just 3, and I don't think I will be able to get to the window.
Ah.
I have to admit, I'm not the stronger among us when it comes to drinking. So I'll leave it at that.
Fair. Discretion is the better part of valor. And all of that.
Very well then, my fears. You may leave.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the keys and open them up for you, alright?
Sure thing, friend.
3, 4, and 5.
So, Gunnar, you seem to be a man that can take his ale.
Well, it is a grand tradition back in the Dwarven lands and in Varpak to have long nights out.
I have a bet for you.
Tell me.
I bet that you can't drink this flask of ale. I put my flask on the table. I bet you can't drink that dry and remain sober.
Very well. I shall take your... However, a bet, of course, requires a reward.
A bet requires a reward, indeed. And I will bet you. I will look into my purse and shake my purse out. And I've got 5 gold coins in there. I think I've got 5 gold coins in there. Let me just check this.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I've got 5 gold coins, and I will put the 5 gold coins. I will bet you those 5 gold coins that if you can drink that flask empty and remain standing and sober, you can have those 5 gold coins.
Very well. I shall take you up on that bargain.
Quite a wager.
I will pass him. I will pass him my flask.
And I shall down it in one go.
You down it in one go, huh?
Yes.
All right, give me just a moment. As is usually the case, with perfect timing from the clock.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm afraid you have just fallen for the ultimate trick of the drunken man's book.
Mm-hmm.
Did he just give me actual
Mosh.
poison?
Mosh. You look at the flask and you pick it up and you notice that it appears to be a rather well-made item. You assume that it's most likely made of some kind of steel plated with silver on the outside and has along its surface a series of magical runes carved into it via some kind of dwarven text. And on its side, you can see there is a small square window giving you an indication as to how full it is. And it appears as though the liquid on the interior is mostly covering that small window, indicating that the flask itself is rather full, with the interior, as you hold it up to the light, looking like maybe it's a mead of some sort.
Do I recognize the text?
Yes, you recognize it to be Dwarven, but Dwarven text and Dwarven magical script are two different styles of thing. You will have to give me an Arcana check to have an attempt at recognizing the nature of this item.
Well, that's perfectly fine then.
Oh, good lord, it's enchanted
no.
wine.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, joke's on you. I have proficiency in Arcana.
Uh-huh.
Does this wager extend to all at this table, or
well,
just this
let me just-
little
let me just
fool?
cover the results of Marsh's Arcana check here.
Mm-hmm.
As you look over the flask, you begin, whilst smiling, realizing, aha, I'm about to learn this man's secrets. As you begin to read over the Dwarven magical scripting, which you yourself are familiar with, in utilizing it in some of your own enchanting mugubbins, as you will. However, this initial burst of confidence and bravado is quickly swept aside when you realize that the precise nature of this particular magical flask is that it is a magical drunken flask with a very similar series of enchantments to the more well-known Bag of Holding. It soon dawns on you that what you are currently holding is in fact a flask that in all likelihood holds a small dimensional rift containing a much larger volume of alcohol. You have no idea precisely how much, but you have a feeling that you may have just gotten yourself into something considerably out of your depth. Being said, you have yet to take a sip from the flask, but you have already made the deal. How do you proceed?
I have already made the deal.
Mhm.
Oh, no.
It's only 5
Good
gold.
lord.
It's if you want to back out and give me the 5 gold, it's, you know, wimp out like a little tiny bitch. That's your thing, you know.
I am
Yeah.
still gonna drink it.
You realize if
you
you
end up-
drink it,
If you end up with a dry bottle of holding, that's your own fault.
you realize if you drink it, you must also down whatever drink you've made for yourself.
Oh, I don't have a drink. I don't have any alcohol in the house, really.
Well, you must. Oh, good. What a
that's unfortunate.
sinful
It's okay.
creature.
I will down your drink for you.
That's not how this
I
works.
would-
Greg.
I would join in that, but I have literally just made myself a gin and tonic, and I don't want to waste it.
Fair enough.
Oh
No.
So I have many bottles of wine.
What are the rules for downing infinite bottles of dwarven mead? That's the real question here.
This-
How many constitution checks am I making?
There must,
Well, if you're
might
immune-
be a
Here's how I'm
few.
going to do it.
Okay.
If
Here's how I'm going to do
supposedly
it.
you are immune to the alcoholic effects of it, then presumably it's down to the strength of your bladder, right?
It's not immunity, it's simply resistance.
So, Trig,
Yes.
tell me,
Uh huh.
via DMs, I'm going to PM you the total capacity of your flask, and I want you to give me an idea as to how full it is. Okay.
Oh, God.
So how full is your flask?
I have not used it yet.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's full. It's full at the
That
moment.
window
Oh,
better
yeah,
be
yeah.
closed.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And perhaps is it full because you may or may not have accidentally dropped it into one of the barrels you're currently transporting?
It that might be the case. Yes.
Mm, good to know. Well, in either case, if it's full, then I'm going to say we will. Well, since this is filled with mead, a nice honey mead, I'm going to say that with each pint, Marsh is going to make a Constitution saving throw. Each successive throw will have the DC pass increased by 1, starting at a 10.
Okay.
Good luck, you're a
So-
dwarf, right, Marsh?
I mean, I have advantage, so that's a good thing.
All right then. So, you deciding not to wimp out of this little bet, Marsh, you go ahead and drink until you think that you've gotten to about a pint's worth of liquid out of the bottle. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh wait, no, that's advantage.
Thanks to your advantage, you managed to get through the first. Drink with very little effort. It's nice. It's nice stuff. This mead. It's
Yeah.
somewhat sweet with very little in the way of natural carbonation from the fermenting process. It goes down very, very smooth. Almost it's almost like drinking a very soft cream soda, even with that nice honey hit to it. You can tell why it's so popular.
Okay. And so I down another pint then.
Go ahead, give me another Constitution saving throw. Once again, saved by your dwarven resilience, you find that the second pint goes down just as easy as the first, but you can tell that this is 2 pints worth of liquid that you've now imbibed, in addition to the other drinks that you have been partaking in throughout the night. Yes, you look to your new ally, who is presumably grinning like a psychopath. In your direction.
Absolutely grinning like a psychopath. Eyes with a slight fire behind them, but grinning madly at the same time.
I simply tell him that this magic artifact is quite an impressive object. And I continue drinking, and I'm down another pint.
Okay. This time, you manage to get through this third pint, and you put the flask on the table for a moment, and you stop, and you think, it's good stuff, but I can feel it starting to have an effect on me. And
You know
get
what?
a distinct impression that perhaps you're getting to your limit. You could stop now and not have any negative effects, but should you continue to drink, you would no longer be rolling with advantage.
Can I notice this? Can I see this happening to him?
Unless otherwise stated, you are sitting there across the table observing like a show in the peanut gallery.
This man is showing a good deal of he's taking this on despite the odds of it. I'm willing to help him out with this. You know, I'm gonna lend him a boon and alleviate things using it. It's considered a poison, right?
Yes, it is.
I shall alleviate it with 5 points of lay on hands so that he can continue drinking.
Oh, hold on! Oh no! This feels like cheating.
With a pat on the back, and a keep it up, mate. This is fantastic.
Oh,
Down it.
I would say, Trig,
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and give me a perception check with disadvantage to see if you're able to spot that there's any supernatural shenanigans going on here, or if Grace is just simply giving a passive encouragement.
The only supernatural that's going on here is this bottle.
Hold on. Where is my? I need to just do a thingy check. How do I do that?
Perception will be towards the bottom. You click on the word perception. It should be directly across.
I
from
know.
the
I've just got to
stuff on the left.
find my thingy.
Oh yes, I forgot you're drunk in real life too, aren't you?
A little. Not really. Where's
Yesrallaw
perception?
Odyssey Episode 1. Race to the bottoms up.
Whilst Trig attempts to find his perception values, he's found it. Kiki, what were you trying to say earlier?
I give him a pat on the back and I say, keep going. Good. What is he? Is he a dwarf?
I'm a
Yes.
dwarf,
He is a
yes.
dwarf.
Yeah, keep going, little man. Show us what you've got.
Okay, I'm going to say that a 5 isn't sufficient to spot that Grace is doing anything particularly noteworthy.
Fair enough.
So you don't spot the fact that she has cured the cumulative effects of alcohol that has afflicted this dwarven man of yours. But yes, after this pat on the back and word of encouragement, Gunnar, you suddenly find yourself being renewed with confidence. Still filled with liquid, but no longer having to fight back the urge to step down and go take a break.
Yeah, so I
Just to say,
suddenly feel so much better. And
You can continue to roll with advantage, and the Constitution saving throws have now been reset to the base value of 10. In fact, I'll actually bring it down to a 9, since you're no longer having to deal with the entire night's worth of alcohol affecting your system.
Oh, well then.
So, you drink another pint, and
Yes.
roll me a
Oh.
Constitution saving throw. Aha, a 20. Once again, you drink another pint of alcohol, and once again, you can tell that the flavor of this mead is quite delightful. You begin to remember times in which you have drunk in the various bars of Varpak and enjoyed some of the dwarven ales that are native to the lands of Rangan Oriag with your fellow arcane students. And you remember that this is actually getting close to the quality that you're familiar with from your homeland. It's quite good.
Okay, well then, I shall roll again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, are you using the rules where it counts as a crit if you get 18 plus 2, or is it just nat 20 that you count as crits?
Only nat 20s if you it's only nat 20s, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Oh, that
So-
came in handy then.
Mm-hmm.
You imbibe another pint of the material. By now, I'm sure that Bruce is looking upon you with a look of albeit
Impressed.
slightly diminished
No.
slightly diminished confidence.
Impressed, actually, is the word that I would use. Impressed, and still not confidence, but grinning at the idea that there is someone here that clearly enjoys the booze as much as he does.
Hmm. So, you have now gotten back to the point where the DC is an 11. So-
Alright then.
Realizing that you're by the way, just for reference here, the amount of liquid that he is drinking, I'm not considering that important for the for this little drinking game here. He could just keep going until the alcohol eventually takes him.
Uh-huh.
So, you drink down another pint, and once again are saved by your dwarven constitution.
I mean, it's how many now? 6, 7 pints of this?
Let's
1, 2,
see.
3,
How many
4,
constitution
5,
saves have been made?
6.
1, 2, 3,
6.
4, 5, 6. Yep. So
6.
6 pints have been drunk so far.
6. Nice.
That's 6 points that I'm downing, by the
Yeah,
way.
yeah, I know. Like I said, impressed. Good luck. Is all I'm saying.
How much
You
does he still
are-
have to drink? Jesus, man.
Bear in mind,
Yes.
You
bear in
are
mind, this is
going to
this is
be
a small curved hip flask that one would expect to be able to be stored away in your back pocket.
Hmm.
He has just drunk 6 pints from.
you are going to be standing, emptying your bladder from the back of the cup for the entire journey to Mo.
We are going to put you on the back of the cart. We're going to rest the horses, and you are going to propel us jet propulsion style all the way there. Ah.
All right, go ahead and imbibe yet another pint of the sweet honey nectar.
Oh, yes.
So you managed to roll a 20. I would say by this time, it has gotten to the point where you're once again beginning to feel the effects of the booze. With, you can tell that it's definitely good, but it's starting to beginning to addle your mind a little bit.
And
Go ahead and imbibe another.
there it is.
Okay. This time you drink forth yet another pint. This being, I believe, the 8th pint, or is this the 9th?
This
Let's
is the
see.
8th.
8th.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yep.
5, 6, 7. Yep, that's the 8th pint worth of material that you have just imbibed. And you are now beginning to realize that, ooh, it's tasty, but again, the feeling of, oh Christ, if I go any further, I might start hurling, comes over you. And you look about the room and just think, good Lord, this is one hell of a drinking game.
I'm
But I recall the 5 gold, and I think, oh, I have to win this. I'm going to win this.
seeing the trepidation in his face. I'm going to offer a polite nod towards the window that supposedly opens.
So,
If you want to, you can walk over and test the window for yourself.
I will do no such thing. I shall continue. I shall
Mm.
continue to keep imbibing this, and I'm gonna
Alright.
fucking finish it.
Walking over to the window in order to test, just to make sure that the backup plan is actually available. As you wander over, begin to take yet another pint worth of the sweet honey nectar. Oh no! This time, as the DC goes up once again to this time a 16, with you having only rolled a 13 and 11, you encounter a improperly tucked in chair on your way over to the window, and thus fall head over heels while finishing off your 9th pint of mead.
Oh.
You're able to hold in your innards, but you do find the entire world spinning around you as you lay there, grasping to the last straws of your consciousness.
Suddenly, I'm thankful I'm not going to have to cast any spell of healing on him.
How do you proceed? From this point onwards, you are no longer rolling with advantage.
If you don't keep drinking, you're weak.
I am
Those eyes
roaring
of
with laughter
you.
at this point.
I am-
not done yet, so I'm gonna keep rolling.
I am cheering you on voraciously.
Oh, as am I. Carry on,
How-
good sir.
I
As
will
the cheering,
stand up. I will
as the
stand up.
cheering takes
and I
place,
will
you
open
do
the
hear
window.
some banging coming from the roof above. You feel you may be irritating some of the other patrons of the inn.
Well,
I
they're
will-
welcome to join us. It's an open invitation.
True. I will open the door. I will open the window simply.
Yep.
And I will
You
return
notice
to my
that there
seat.
is a sliding bar on the window's edge. You're able to either open it with just a small crack holding it in place, or you can just open it all of the way to a full to a full 150 or so degree angle.
I will open it completely. Just in case.
So,
And now it is time for my 10th pint.
Drum roll,
Yes.
please.
Okay.
so
Oh, got him.
you drink
Damn.
down
Good
the
lord.
10th pint of alcohol. Doing so, you are once again reinvigorated by the cheering shouts and the apparent drum roll of anticipation coming from the floor above you. And you see as the surrounding environment begins to swirl and turn, you're imbued with a sense of bravado and confidence, the likes of which you haven't felt since you left the homelands of Varpak.
It is
DC
so
of the
ironic.
next check raises to 17.
It is so ironic that this whole thing is happening to the one person who isn't drinking.
I've got to say, this is going on a whole lot longer than I thought it would.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
How
impressed.
much longer still does he have?
However long God gives us in
Yeah.
this case.
All right. Well, I mean, this would probably be the last one.
you've
And
gotten
I don't have
further than I
advantage
thought.
Yes.
I've gone further than I thought too. I
Uh-huh.
have no Constitution bonus.
There is a small but at this point highly ignorable voice in the back of your head telling you that if you drink another pint, there's a very high chance that it may decide to undrink itself.
But
There we
this
go.
is
And
fine.
yet,
Oh my god, it's a
once
natural
again,
20.
Oh no!
Wow.
Okay. As you see this small, unassuming young dwarf drink what is now, I believe, the 12th pint of material from your flask.
Yeah.
How has your expression changed?
Oh, I am loving this. This is absolutely glorious, and in fact, I am going to take a swig / pint from it myself in cheer for him, and to alleviate the load just a little
Okay.
from his potential. Cheers. Well done,
Cheers.
sir.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Let's just see. So that's 1 pint from Trig,
Mm-hmm.
plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pints have been drunk from this small hip flask so far.
Uh-huh.
No, I
And at
thought it
this
was
point-
12. I thought
At this
it was
point, you are looking at you look at the flask, and as it's swinging around wildly in your alcohol-ridden mind, you notice that the small window on the side appears to be indicating that it's maybe somewhere in the realms of anywhere between entirely full, maybe halfway empty. Depending on how you hold the bottle, there could only be one more drink left.
Now that's, yes, very encouraging. I immediately downed another pint.
Okey-dokey. Spurred on by the growing confidence, I'm going to say that. Ooh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. On a
Oh.
DC 18 Constitution saving throw, you roll a 5. Grace, Groose, the
Mhm.
pair of you look upon your new drinking buddy, and you see as the flask leaves his lips, a look of mild panic begins to suddenly swell over his face. You have mere seconds to try and avert disaster. What do you do?
I
I will immediately run to the window, first of all.
All right, give me a dexterity saving throw to see how many
Oh,
steps
God.
you're able to run.
I have -2.
With disadvantage. With disadvantage. He's drunk. He
I
needs a
too.
disadvantage.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
In your drunken stupor, you attempt to step forward with both feet at the same time, thus impacting the floor at quite the pace.
I shall raise my greatsword in an attempt to deflect any potential flow that is traveling my direction, like a projectile parry.
Oh.
So you're not going to attempt to lift him to the window. You're just going to.
I'm not vomiting
effectively
yet,
take
by the
off.
way. I've only fallen to the floor.
Yeah,
fallen to
I'm
the
going for a
floor, but-
liquid projectile shield using just my blade.
Gunnar, I will say that you can feel yourself growing ever more rapidly to the point of becoming a fire extinguisher.
I quickly try and get up and run to the window again.
I have been trying.
Alright.
I've been readying myself for this moment because
Are
it,
you
it
going
was inevitable. Let's be fair.
I mean,
to- Bruce
I could
Yes.
simply, I could.
and Grace. Are the pair of you attempting to aid your dwarven friend in any way, shape, or form to get to the window? Or are you just
Absolutely.
watching and waiting for the fireworks?
Oh no!
I
No,
could-
I'm a good friend on these things, and I will definitely aid him in projectile vomiting out of the window. Without a
Okay.
doubt, I am
will-
the man that will hold someone to the bush, so to speak.
We know that, Trig. We know you're in the bush with men and holding them down.
I
Yes.
would. I could simply tap him on the back and make this whole thing go away, but I shan't. I'm going to watch this in hysterics.
All right.
So I'm going to try and sweep up said flailing dwarf and point his head
I would-
towards window.
I would say give me an athletics check for lifting. In fact, no. I'll be kind here. Bruce,
Yes.
give me a skill check of your choice and describe to me what you're attempting to do with this skill check in order to aid your friend here.
A
If
skill
you can
check.
explain yourself properly and roll high enough, I will say you are successful in your endeavors.
I will go for an acrobatics check. I think is probably the what will be needed for me to leap over the table, scoop up said dwarf, and throw dwarf, or at least hold him towards the window.
I'll be back in a sec. My food just arrived.
So his head could at least make it through the open window, and vomit said contents in general
Alright.
sort of just route.
Okay, I can see how that's going.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me a acrobatics check. All right. With a
Good
20,
lord.
you are able to effectively and deftly avoid the various obstacles across the room. You dart between different chairs, roll over another, and do a straight-up somersault in order to cross one of the small and somewhat cluttered tables, arriving at your friend with a level of deft grace that is entirely uncharacteristic of your character so far, and lift up Groose halfway to the window. Unfortunately, the 12 pints of fluid within him make him quite the weighty force, and he himself is going to have to make some form of check to lift himself the rest of the way. Gunnar, give me either a strength check, a constitution saving throw to give your friend more time to help you, or an athletics check to try and lift yourself up with the aid of your friend in achieving proper aiming position.
I believe I'll go with the Constitution.
All right.
There.
I would
Alright, I'm back.
say I would say you're able to hold in your innards for just a little bit longer. At this point, you are clenching your teeth and holding your lips shut as the only forces within you capable of holding back the spew. Trig, give me another roll to help your friend.
Oh,
Another acrobatics roll.
this can't be acrobatics. You've already arrived at Gunnar. You're going to have to use something else to get him to the window.
Oh, in that case, we're going for a medicine roll.
Okay.
As is,
Describe to me how you're doing this.
because we know that it will be extremely bad for him if that vomit should not be released, and he could inhale it and choke on such a thing. So we're going to hold his back. We're going to take care of our little friend who has done so well in such a, quite frankly, deadly game. And
So you're basically going to try and help him in a way which will help stave off the inevitable for just a bit longer to lift him up into position. Then.
Exactly.
Okay.
He has done
Go
well.
ahead and give me your medicine check. With a 17, I would say that you are able to avoid squeezing the bits that shouldn't be squozen and otherwise supporting him in the correct areas to enable him to hold back the inevitable for just long enough to the point where his lips just about crest over the lower windowsill. And then all of a sudden, I would say all of the party could hear as the outside storm that batters the side of this humble abode suddenly grows just that little bit stronger. I'd say it would be appropriate to cut forward to another 5 to 10 minutes from now, once Gunnar has concluded his impression of a spring of water. A vast quantity of material having been ejected to the outside world.
A waterfall, perhaps.
Yes.
I would like to.
Old Faithful, the geyser. Indeed.
I would like to, in celebration of such fantastic skill, throw Groose here his drink from the table in such a way that he would be able to catch it, and raise my glass in return.
Cheers! Hurrah!
And I will attempt to retire to my room.
Yes, Yiz, you have just missed a great opportunity for merrymaking, whereby Marsha's character has just imbibed and then proceeded to unimbibe a whopping 11 pints worth of honeyed mead out of a window.
That was 12, I believe.
That was 12.
Well,
I
that
think it
sounds
might have been
hilarious.
12.
I'm
It
busy
was a-
working on a script for my show tonight, so I won't be participating much. But I wanted to listen to you guys in the background.
Alrighty. Well,
Hey, Iz, how you
um,
doing? Sorry, I saw
far,
you.
a total of 12 pints worth of alcohol has been imbibed from the flask,
Yeah.
but only 11 of which actually came from.
Right.
Only 11 of which was actually imbibed by Chase. You see, not Chase.
That's right.
Marsh.
Fair enough.
Because you
We,
had a drink yourself. But yes, with all of that coming to a conclusion, we return to the adventures of this alcoholic series of events, with Gunnar having been sat down on a chair next to the window, just in case there are aftershocks, with the rest of the trio of Groose and Grace sitting nearby, ready to help out and reveling in the accomplishments of tonight's events.
May I just say, well done. Well done.
Now,
in fact,
Greg has just declared his retirement from the table, has he not?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I went to my bed.
Right. Okay, well, I
So-
assume that the pair of you would have helped him up the stairs and into his room.
Yes.
Indeed, and I shall turn to Grease at this moment and say, so presumably this leaves me the last of the table, and as such, the best share of the profits,
I
as per our agreement.
I will laugh at that and say, I believe that was the deal. Although I think he little chap over there did rather well. And
Oh, indeed he did. But last at the table, he was not.
would you care to take up his bet where he left off? Clearly, there cannot be much left in the flask.
I would take you up on that bet on a slight condition that we take 2 large jugs and split the remainder of that drink between the 2 of us. And that both of us drink of it, and the last who stands shall claim victory.
2 large jugs. Hold on, how much wine is left on the table? Because everyone buggered off, and we actually didn't get round to drinking any of the wine, the 2 bottles of wine that was on the table.
If it is unsealed, it comes with us.
Is that the 2 bottles of wine we're talking about here?
Yes, there are.
Oh no, we are talking.
2, as of right now, uncorked bottles of wine on the bar side, just simply waiting to be cracked open and enjoyed.
But I am curious as to this hip flask. I wish for you to empty the hip flask into appropriate containers and for us to split it and see who lasts the longest.
I fear they may not be a container big enough.
There is currently on a variety of tables throughout the room a selection of beer mugs, all of which appear to, in some way or another, be approximately pint-sized, some of which contain the dregs of previous drinks that could quite easily be tossed out of said open window.
Okay. How many pint glasses are there?
It looks as though, you know what, I'm going to say roll 4d6 to determine how many pint glasses there are surrounding you within the room.
You could just fill the same one every time, right?
Yeah. You know what? Actually,
Giving a quick rough count, you can see that there are a total of 13 beer mugs just casually scattered around the room, some of which have been turned over, some of which are upside down.
You know what? We might be able to do that, and we will take those 2 bottles, and we will leave them unsealed. Let us play the game, and we will fill
Indeed.
as many glasses, pint mugs as we can from them, and you will take whatever is left from the flask. What say you?
All right. So just to be clear,
Well,
Bruce, you
yes.
gather 12 of the 13 mugs and proceed to fill each and every one of them to the brim with mead
Yes.
from your flask.
Yes, absolutely.
Grace, as you see Bruce arrange these two lines of 6 mugs of now recently emptied ale and begin to fill each one by one from his flask, you notice that only upon filling the 12th and final of these mugs on the table does it appear as though his flask begins to run empty.
Now, good sir, if 'tis true that this is half of your quantity, you wouldn't mind me drinking from the mugs.
No, you mistake me. This is all my flask can carry. This is everything I have. And yes, by all means, take 6, take 6, and I will take 6, and we will see who is left standing. If you can drink them all, then certainly you will have earned whatever it was I said
earlier. And we hold
earlier.
the same wager, you say?
Indeed.
I shall raise my 5 gold. Should you raise yours?
Yes, Absolutely.
So,
The dwarf owes me 5 gold, but certainly I will wager my 5 gold against yours.
You mean his 5 gold?
Yes, that too.
I shall place 5 upon the table.
Excellent.
so a theoretical pot of 15 gold pieces is up for grabs.
Oh
As
no!
Grace and Bruce-
Five of them are still mine because Gunnar, sadly, bless his heart, he didn't manage to do the bet, which he was never going to do.
meaning he,
I
meaning
conned him.
he owes you 5 gold pieces.
Yes.
That
So that
combined with the 5 gold pieces that you're now putting into the pot,
yes.
alongside the 5 gold pieces that Grace is putting into the pot, equals a total of 15 gold pieces.
No.
No.
The 5-1 from Gunner is
Is-
now owned by Groose.
Yes.
And Groose is only wagering 5.
Yes.
Okay,
So
okay.
I
Fair
still
enough,
come out 5 gold pieces and with regardless, but I may end up with 15, or just 5
or 10. So
or 10.
And then, yeah.
a total of 10 gold pieces is up for grabs,
Yes.
with the potential for you to either have doubled your money at the end of this, Bruce, or to be left with nothing.
No. I end up with 5, regardless.
No, yes, you are right. You are right.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at this.
Simple
addition is beyond my.
I have
my-
played these games before, sir.
Look, you have to listen to us, Ginger, because when it comes to maths, we're the ones who have been drinking.
Yes,
Indeed.
that is true.
Mm-hmm.
In either case, the pot has been laid. The 6 mugs have been arranged on either side of the table, and the pair of you sit there, prepared and ready to drink to your heart's content, and more importantly, to your stomach's content. We will start the proceedings at the base DC of 10, as was the case for other people. Go ahead and drink your first pints, and then roll me Constitution saving throws. The first person to fail 2 checks in a row loses.
How do I do that? Is it just click the Constitution button on the left?
Yeah.
There is
Yeah,
there
the
is a
word
series of
Constitution.
the word Constitution isn't the right one to click. You'll see
Is
that
it not?
next to your things, there's a little saving throw section. You want to click the word Constitution in the saving throw section.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god.
Holy shit. This is getting so fucking out of hand.
Now this is getting off to a good start.
What I'm about to describe is this is the same series of events that happens for both members of the party. The pair of you look to each other with a steely gaze, confident in your own ability to drink this sweet mead. You bring the mug to your lips, get through the first pint, place it down, and stare at each other with a considerably diminished sense of confidence. Looking forward at the further 5 points of alcohol in front of you, thinking, "Oh, by the gods, what have I gotten myself into this time?" Should you fail another Constitution saving throw, you lose. The DC raises to 11.
Oh my god.
Please, oh, if there's any god, let them both roll a natural one again. Please. Please.
I can't believe
I would even go so far as to say that considering the pair of you just rolled natural ones, you make your next saving throw with disadvantage.
Fine.
I can't believe though that I threw a 1 with advantage.
No. The pair of you didn't have advantage.
No.
Although even
I
if
know,
you had, it still
but-
wouldn't have helped.
Yeah. Oh my god. Right, let's
Kiki.
do this. Let's just roll it.
Okay, just roll it.
So you drink your second pints.
Oof.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
You both manage to get through your second pint of mead. This time with Grace showing considerably more fortitude than Bruce. The DC raises to 12. 4 pints remain. If you have anything to say to each other before going for your third,
I'm just going to
Speak
look it straight in the eye and grin and roll.
I shall do the same.
Raise the tankard to my lips.
Oh no. Oh, no.
Yes.
Mm.
I think, Chase, this is the sign.
as the pair of you finish your drinks, with Kiki, with Bruce and Grace staring each other down, mugs slammed to the table. Without a word, the pair of you look to each other. You look towards the window, look back to each other again, and nod, before frantically flailing and making your way towards the window in unison. I will say, whoever rolls the highest on on either acrobatics or a dexterity saving throw is the one to arrive first and get their spewing done first.
Oh no.
The seasoned drinker that he is, Bruce is able to, surprisingly, despite holding in a growing eruption, is able to make his way across the room with deft and grace before quickly dumping his dues out into the surrounding world, finishing up before Grace is even able to arrive, thus giving her room to do the same.
I shall turn to Bruce between spouts of vomiting, and I shall say, you know, technically, this means I held it longer.
Technically, by how the events of the game progressed, Grace did technically hold hers the longest.
I will roar with laughter
Although-
and slap her on the back extremely hard, hopefully inducing more vomit.
I would say Grace does, in fact, you see a sudden dry heave come across her, but thankfully nothing comes up.
You played well. I think
I will let the pair of you decide who exactly won this.
I think
You did both finish your third set of pints at the same time.
I'm happy to call it a draw.
a draw indeed, and I shall shake hands and fall to the window.
Yes. I will wipe my hand on whatever, in case it's sticky.
I have a very nice cape if you wish to wipe it on that.
Excellent. Yes. Perfect. I will wipe my hand on your cape as you vomit out the window. I think at this point it is time everyone goes to bed and yes. Leaves in a state the following morning with a hangover.
Okie dokie. So, with all of that having come to a close, the room being, albeit somewhat knocked over and reasonably messed up, but not to an extent that cannot be quite easily rectified. The remaining 6 pints worth of booze sits on the table, undrunk and exposed to the tavern environment overnight. I would say the party are able to go through the process of experiencing a long night's rest before waking up in their respective rooms. Pray tell, where would each of you have been sleeping? With 3 rooms to split between the 4 of you, which of you would have shared, and which of you would have had the room to yourself?
I,
Well,
in my
me and
inebriated state, shall sleep in whichever room was closest.
Slut. You slag.
Well,
Oh god,
I would
they
say
are
in
drunk.
that case, Theo, you are the one who claimed the key first. So which of the rooms 3, 4, and 5 would you have picked? The higher the number, the further from the top of the staircase you would have to travel to get to the room.
I am in room number 3. And
Okay.
I have the keys to all of them. But I unlocked the other 2 as well.
I suppose I would have been in 4 then.
Well, in that case, Kiki and Trig, your characters, Grace and Bruce, soon find that whilst you're able to access rooms 4 and 5, it appears as though room 4 is occupied between the terribly inebriated drunken dwarf and an, as of right now, seemingly inactive automaton.
It is fine. We are both reasonably inebriated enough not to care.
Yeah. Essentially,
So,
I will sleep wherever the floor is most inviting.
alright, so despite the fact that you have an entire potential room to have to yourselves, you all pile in with Gunnar and his robot. How
Yeah.
fitting
Absolutely.
for the conclusion to a night's heavy drinking. So, Theo, your character is called. Fuck, what's your character's name again?
Just
Grigor.
Gregory.
Gregory.
Grigori, you are the first to awaken, and what do you do with the morning that takes you?
Let's see. I write down as much as of what I heard of last night.
Okay,
And I'll
so you're
stash
keeping
that
a
away.
journal of sorts, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll take a look at what exactly is going on in the next room.
Hmm.
Because I heard them all piling into one.
As you make your way out of room 3 and
I'd like
make
to
your way over to room 4, you find that whilst the door is entirely unlocked, you realize that even though you have the key, it's entirely unnecessary to use it. Opening the door, you look in and see a Gunnar who is sleeping quite soundly on the only available bed, his automaton deactivated and in the corner, with the other 2, the humans, Grace and Bruce, having passed out, slovenly lying on the floor, not in a pool of their own vomit, but quite clearly in a state that will cause them to be somewhat in a bad mood, perhaps, upon awaking.
The chainmail is probably thrown in the first available thing.
I would say, given the difficulty in removing chainmail, that you have slept in your armor.
1 fatigue point to each of you.
Doffing armor is not something that can be easily done, especially when in such a heavily inebriated state.
Yep.
Oh god,
I'm not going to impose exhaustion. That only happens when you do something that is truly silly. And yes, what happened last night I wouldn't consider to be truly silly. That is just something that is a bit irresponsible.
I'm gonna have to clean up after them when I meet them, aren't I?
Do we roll Constitution now to not have a hangover?
I
I
am
would
not
say that's fair,
looking
yes.
forward to this.
Each and every one of you, roll for me, well, apart from Grigori, of course, roll for me Constitution saving throws for future reference.
Oof.
Those are some great saving throws right there.
Wow.
Hey, that's not bad.
Well, in either case, Grigori, you see the three of them sleeping, I wouldn't say soundly, but deeply is a good way to describe it. What do you do with the rest of your morning?
I want to say that they sound like a bunch of lumberjacks staring away at the forest. But
Almost certainly, at least one of them is almost guaranteed.
Now I'm going to point out, I don't think either Bruce or myself would have let go to waste those 2 unsealed bottles of wine in a public environment, and we probably would have brought them up with us. They are probably on the floor somewhere.
I would
Almost.
say that I would actually say that it's quite likely that Groose, much like a child with a teddy bear, is caressing the 2 bottles of wine.
Sounds familiar. Frighteningly familiar.
sounds like Saturday morning, Sunday morning.
Hey,
Monday
I thought I switched the webcam off. Yeah, maybe. Don't kink shame me.
But in any case, Ginger,
Go ahead.
with as trying to be as little of a disturbance as possible, I would like to take a closer look at Trig and both Trig and Kiki's characters.
Okay.
See what exactly they have with them? What exactly if
I
if
would
they appear
say-
to be like I've seen them so far.
Okay. If either of you, how exactly are you going to go about this? Are you going to just give a close examination of them without actually attempting to touch, or are you going to begin rifling through their things?
No, without much to touch. I was planning to do an investigation, just how they look,
Okay.
not necessarily touching them, but take a close look at their possessions.
All right. Go ahead and give me an investigation check and one for each of the characters. Tell me which one you're going to be examining first, and
Okay.
we'll see what information you can glean from the pair of them in the process.
All right. So Trig up first.
Hold on a second. Is this bad touch or good touch?
This is no touch. Just
No
this
touch.
is look. This is look, no touch.
Look, no touch.
This-
Oh, okay.
This
Look,
Trig
look
is
away.
the woeful. This Trig is the woeful pain of the male gaze.
And
So, Trig, go ahead and describe to Theo here what Grigori would see upon having a good closer look, but not a touch of the unconscious form of Groose.
You would find a man of whom you saw last night in basic, simple monk's robes, holding and hiding very little. Hold on. What did you get? You got it. Oh, that's a hell of an investigation check. You will notice. You will notice that he has 2 bottles of wine clutched lovingly in one arm.
Oh, good thing I
Cor-
rolled for investigation that high, otherwise I wouldn't notice the bottles.
caressing, almost lovingly the bottles of wine. Yet the other hand was definitely wrapped around the flask, the now empty flask, but the flask nonetheless that he holds on his hip. Other than that, you see an extremely well-toned and athletically built monk of little else. He is not a man of particularly. He's not hiding much. He's only wearing a loincloth essentially and robes. He is. It's not like he can hide much other than the fact that he has a few scars on his chest and this, that, and the other that may have been caused by training of a harsh nature. But other than that, nah, he's just a dude.
All right. And the next one will be for Kiki.
Okay.
Holy crap.
Oh, good lord.
Oh. Okay.
Wow. Well,
Bearing in mind, he isn't rifling through your things. This is just what he'd be able to see from an outwards, albeit very astute observer's observation of your unconscious form. What would he be able to see?
well,
Describe how big
clearly
your
I'm
bust
still.
is.
Soldner, the banjo is, I believe, downstairs, right, Trick?
The what? Sorry?
Nothing.
Clearly, I am still wearing my chainmail, which would be obscuring a considerable amount of that which you wish to know.
Oh.
However,
Oh.
I appear to have a reasonably large pack on my back, out of which is sticking a set of 4 javelins, one of which is still in the dartboard, so that will make the 5 total. There is a long sword at my side, and a great sword kind of strewn across the floor next to me. I'm wearing not overly colourful, mostly greys, like clothing underneath the chainmail, and I have an emblem of the conquering sun on my chest around a light silver necklace.
Do I know what that golden sun exactly is, Ginger?
Give me a religion check. I would say, given your noble upbringing, you are able to have some idea as to the overall religions that pervade through the lesser kingdoms of this world. Upon looking at this religious symbol, you can see that it clearly has some form of significance to grace. However, looking upon it, you do notice something noteworthy. You're aware of the fact that there are, in fact, religions that dedicate themselves to aspects of the sun in one way or another, with the worship of a variety of gods within Stradivania, who each have their own aspects of the sun. With Pelor, for example, being the one who makes sure that the sun rises strongly in the summer, allowing for great harvests, and also the fact that the old god Arcanus is noteworthy for being partially responsible for the creation of the realm in which you live, and therefore is also the one responsible for having placed the sun in the sky in the first place. However, the religious symbol that you see appearing on Grace's unconscious form here, that doesn't appear to match either of those. It's noteworthy for the fact that you don't know what it is.
I see. All right. I'll head over to back to the door and go downstairs.
All right then. Give me a brief description as to what you do for the next, what will likely be hour to 2 hours, whilst you wait for your newly found companions moment to rouse from their slumber.
I'll just browse around, see what state they left the tavern in downstairs. And
All right. As you look around, you see that for the most part, it appears as though they did a good job not spewing their internals everywhere, with there being only the occasional bit of spilled alcohol on that is now mostly dried on a few different surfaces. You see that at the table that you and your friends were previously sitting at, there is a total of 6 mugs of this sweet golden nectary mead that has been left in a near pristine state on the table. But aside
Oh
from
god,
that,
please
there
drink them.
are another 6 empty mugs of mead on the table with no other patrons in the area. You see the same man who was previously serving you the night previous is already back behind the bar, seemingly doing a bit of a clean-up, with all of the chairs scattered around the area having been closed, and most noteworthy of all, the window that led to the outside now having been shut.
I see. I
As you come down the stairs, you do notice the man. In fact, he waves to you and gives you a hearty smile.
Yeah, I give him a nod back and a wave, saying good morning. I see that they have been quite busy last night.
Yes, it does look as though that your friends, well, at the very least from the noise they were making, seemed to have quite the good time, but I'm impressed to say that when I came down here, I didn't see much of a mess. I only had to pick up a few chairs, there was nothing broken, although I couldn't get that javelin out of the wall.
Oh yeah, I could hear I could hear quite of the kerfuffle as well, and all the way up there. And it sounds like they were having some quite impressive drinking game.
Yes, yeah, well, that's what happens in a tavern like this in the night. If give them some bottles of booze and they'll do as they will. So long as they don't make a mess, I don't care.
I give him a shrug. Yes, yeah, well, that's probably the good assumption. They seem to be quite capable. At least that's what they look like to me currently.
Yes. They, well, at the very least, for one of them to be able to get that spear in the wall so hard, they must at the very least have a decent throwing arm on them.
Yes, it was very impressive. It was as if it was guided by one of the gods.
Yes, quite. By the way, whilst you're here, I'm thinking about what to rustle up for breakfast today. Do you have any requests?
Well, seeing on how what's the good word, intoxicated they were last night, I would suggest something with a lot of ham, eggs, maybe perhaps. That would do them probably some good.
You see as he strokes what little beard he has, the man being somewhat well shaven, but with a fair amount of dishevelled look to him. He looks at you and says, "Yeah, that does sound like a good plan. I don't have any. I don't have any ham, but I have
What's the
some
meat?
salted meats.
That's any meat that you could throw on the table for us would be very much appreciated.
Don't worry, I'll get something nice for you sorted." And you see as he pops round into a door that leads into the back, and as you take a seat anywhere which pleases you, over the course of the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, you'll begin to hear, and then a short time after, smell the delicious sense of cured meats being fried up in combination with what you can only imagine to be half a dozen eggs.
I'll just wait at the table and write the notes of what I saw downstairs, and
Okay.
that's it. That's it for me. I'll attempt at taking the javelin out.
All right, I would say roll me an athletics check to try and pull the thing out of the wall.
Since nobody's here.
Hmm. As you attempt to pull the javelin out, you at first just attempt to give it a quick yank and realize that, wow, that's actually really well embedded into the wall. And you give another, a harder second try, and you find that just as you feel you're about to give up, you begin wriggling it around in a circular motion, and it's only after a good, 30 seconds worth of trying, just about managed to get it pulled out of the wall.
Okay, that was more. Damn English and your words I do not understand or forget.
More effort than you thought it would be.
That was way more effort than I thought it would be.
Hmm.
I'll catch myself and I'll put the javelin on the table with me.
It's worth noting that your athletics check to remove it surpassed Kiki's throw into the wall by 1. If you had you rolled literally any number lower, it would have remained stuck.
With the -1 on the little strength.
Yeah.
Only thanks to invoking divine intervention. I rolled like a 3.
All right. It is worth remembering that brute strength can often make up for skill when it comes to combat ability. Just ask the retards of the world for that one.
Yes.
I'll just sit down and chat with the barkeep while he's at it.
If you want to chat with him, you'd have to go into the back room, which, upon walking in, he doesn't tell you to get out or anything. In fact, it seems as though he actually welcomes the company.
No,
And,
it's just regular
fair
small
view.
talk. Nothing of importance.
Yeah. In either case, back in the room of the drunken and slovenly, which of the three of you would wake up first? Given the earlier Constitution saving throws, I would say that would likely be Gunnar, our dwarven friend.
Yes.
Okay. You rouse from your sleeping ways, seeing the room mostly as you left it, only with the addition of a pair of very drunken people below you. You do distinctly remember there being 3 rooms given to your party, and given that theoretically your elven friend couldn't occupy 2 rooms at once, you're left a little confused as precisely why you see 2 drunkards lying on the floor.
Well, I simply step over them and head downstairs.
Do you bother to reactivate your automaton, or are you going to leave it in the room for now?
I'll take it with me. I'd rather not leave it here for now.
Okay, that's
Might
fine.
not even return to the room, really.
Well, in either case, you head back down the stairs with your automaton in tow as it usually is, and see, when upon entering into the room, a mostly empty room with only two other individuals within. The same barman that you remember from yesterday, and the now much less drunken elf that you remember seeing the night before.
Okay. I tell the barman good morning, as well as to Georgi.
The barman, upon seeing you, gives you a nod and a wave and says, at the behest of your friend here, I've prepared some meat and eggs for you. How hungry are you?
Well, hungry enough for breakfast, that's for certain. Thank you very
That's
much.
what I was hoping to hear. I've made quite a lot. Take a seat. I'll bring some over.
Yes, and so I do.
A few minutes later, you see as he brings out a variety of various different prepared meats. What looks like to have been, at some point, some smoked slices of fish with a bit of what looks like to be a kind of pork pie that has been reheated, as well as a small, a very small mug, kind of similar in style to the kind you were drinking out of yesterday, only miniaturized, filled with scrambled eggs, and prepares it all in front of the pair of you with as well as a small pot of something red and chunky.
Red and chunky.
Red and
Hmm.
chunky.
As he
quite
prepares it for you, he says, "That's a little specialty that my daughter came up with. There's this. Well, give it a taste. Tell me what you think."
Okay, I put it in my mouth and I start chewing.
Yeah, same.
It kind of has the look and consistency of what you'd expect. A kind of almost like the scrambled egg that you see, but as you chew it, you begin to get a very rich, sweet, and somewhat spicy flavor to it. And as you do so, the man explains that it's a mixture of some exotic fruits taken from the elemental plane of fire, with the ingredients having been supplied by a passing tiefling merchant. The as the as you chew on the material, it begins, the spiciness of the mixture begins to grow and grow. But overall, you get the impression that it would pair beautifully with a mouthful of some of the various meats that have been provided to you.
Well, I tell him that it's a quite delicious treat.
It's highly impressive.
Well, that's good to hear. I've got a fair bit of it left, but I was hoping that I might be able to make it to be a kind of long-standing part of the menu of sorts. And after initial trials, which consist of the pair of you, maybe I'll consider it. Anyway, enjoy your meals. I'll make sure to keep the rest of the stuff heated up for your friends when they wake up.
Okay. Okay.
So,
I'll just continue.
speaking of the other people in the party,
I'll be back.
by the way, just to address your question, Soldner, I'm not entirely sure how much longer the stream's going to run. How long would the rest of the party like for it to take?
Oh,
How long do
I
you
have
think
all the
you're gonna
time of the day.
I'm fine. I
Yeah.
have much more wine to go through.
That's your fucking caliber of how long?
I mean,
Oh, you're gonna hate my character once you know he
around.
doesn't get drunk.
Ah,
He's willing to
mm.
drink
I'm
but
around
doesn't get
for
drunk.
a while.
Okay.
But while I'm around for a while, I have run out of gin and wine, and I'm not
Tonic?
going out to the other boats when I've already put my skirt in the laundry basket.
Okay.
Can
So I
you get the
suppose
guy
in
who
that
threw you
case-
overalls to throw you some wine as well?
Hold on,
I
you're not
suppose
wearing a
in that case
skirt.
We're going to continue playing until Kiki stops responding. In that case,
Fine.
Sounds fair.
I, at the very least, just want my character to be introduced.
Don't
I
worry,
just-
we should get around to that given the time frame we've just worked out.
Yes, Jack, it will be the 1,000-year stream.
Wizard Man's
don't
gonna
think-
hate us.
I don't think we were expecting to spend so long on rolling for drinking.
Yeah. Well, that's my fault.
That's how these things tend to go, I'm afraid. Soldner, if you want to pass a message on to Uzulu, just tell him that he shouldn't wait around for us and to get started. I'll probably end up popping over to his stream at some point or other.
I'll be gone for a minute or two. I'll be back soon.
All right.
Also, ignore the cat in the background. They want to get in, and I've been trying to scare them with the harmonica, but they're growing bolder by the day.
Alrighty. So, Bruce and Grace, I would say the act of one of you coming to a state of restless consciousness that you would likely end up bumping into the other and bringing them to awakeness too. So the pair of you can wake up together if you like.
Okay.
So, as you come to a state of wakefulness, Bruce, you find that, as is usually the case from times of previous areas of your less monk-like life, that you are waking in a loving embrace with an inanimate bottle.
Oh.
Grace, on the other hand, you find that as you come to a state of wakefulness, that you arouse yourself and look around, remembering that the once passed out dwarf on the bed is now absent, along with his automaton. Listening carefully, you do notice that there is a bit of noise coming downstairs, but most importantly, you see the rousing of the consciousness of your friend here, lovingly embracing his bottles of wine as well as his now empty, magically enchanted flask, as if it were a long partnered lover.
Kiki, you there?
Yeah, I shall
Are you already
look
falling?
over. No, it's fine. I'll look over and raise an eyebrow at it as I pull myself up on the bedpost to a standing position.
You do note that as you do raise yourself to a standing position, that you get the not terribly familiar, but still noteworthy feeling of, oh, fuck, okay, that's a hangover. You do
Okay.
remember, do possess the necessary magical means by which to end such a state on yourself. But it's entirely up to you whether or not you're going to consider this hangover a challenge that needs to be surpassed.
Indeed, 'tis fine.
Does such a thing as coffee exist in Stratovania?
Stratovania does have coffee, but it tends to only be existent within the larger cities. It's a phenomenon that has yet to properly catch on within the more rural areas. We suspect that were you to travel the last leg of your respective journeys to Verdenfell, that you might be able to find some. Although that would be a good few hours from now.
Okay. No. It's unlikely that my character would go, need coffee then. Although.
Yes, quite unlikely. In fact, I would say it's entirely likely that your monk in particular is entirely ignorant to the concept.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna wake up then and go, a bit. Until someone passes him either alcohol or water.
I shall step over Bruce and move my way downstairs in a bit of a meandering fashion.
It is worth noting, by the way, that despite the fact that the pair of you wouldn't have drunken any of it last night, that there is available to you a filled water skin in both of your packs. So, should you decide to be kind, you could offer your still passed out friend there a drink of the waters of life.
Yeah, I shall I shall just hand down a water skin as I step over him and head downstairs.
Huh. Thank you.
Bruce, you feel you feel as you are rousing into consciousness the familiar and yet very the familiar and yet unwelcome feeling of a filled water skin impact your face.
I will take a drink from what I assume to be a skin full of wine, and find myself slightly disappointed, but yet invigorated by the contents.
Makes sense. It has an ever so slightly metallic timing to it.
Huh. Well, so long as there's heavy metal poisoning, who cares?
In either case, I would say the pair of you likely find your way down into the lower tavern and find that upon sitting down, you are soon welcomed forth by a platter of various salted, unsalted meats in various states of heatedness, alongside mugs of scrambled eggs, which are both buttery and creamy as a result.
Hold on, mugs of scrambled eggs.
Yes, mugs of scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs comes in mugs.
Yes. In this particular example, yes.
Weird, but okay.
Our scrambled egg mugs. Our scrambled eggs, mugs are mugs of scrambled eggs, often
Yes.
consumed with or without a spoon.
It's typically expected that you take the scrambled egg and you dump it out onto the plate.
There is no spoon.
You are provided with knives and forks.
You see, there is no spoon. So yes, I will take a mug of scrambled eggs along with my meat
shall take
and
that which is offered.
partake in scrambled eggs and meat. Mmm. Oh god, I'm
Yes.
fucking pissed.
Eggs of scrambled mugs.
Look, it's fine. Everyone has eggs and scrambled mugs every now and then.
Might I recommend that, much in the same way that your characters have just done, that we all take a quick break so that people can go and retrieve for themselves tall glasses of water, preferably with ice in it.
Okay.
Oh god, does that mean I need to find appropriate things to go get more gin?
Let's consider that as done, and I will carry on with the glass that I have in hand.
I'll go get a cup of water. Yeah.
I myself
I'm
am
a
going
bit
to go
thirsty.
grab a quick non-alcoholic drink.
Just
I'll be back
water,
shortly.
not-
Weakness.
Those in the audience, feel free
Yeah.
to... And I, as DM, am only allowed to get so drunk. I need to keep some semblance of order going along here.
I've got the weakest I have on this boat that I haven't already drunk is 40%.
That seems rather weak to me. What's the strongest? You've got 60%, haven't you? Gin.
Yeah,
Do you have tonic?
I have no tonic
You have
or
no
lemonade
tonic.
or Coke.
I mean, you can't
I
have a
mean,
gin and tonic with 60% gin if you don't have tonic.
I know.
Can't you drink gin and tonic minus tonic?
If you take a
That's just gin.
I know.
if you
that's the
take
point.
a 60% gin and water it down with 40% something, does that count?
That's...
Or is that then 100%?
No,
I do not want to be there when you get your hangover.
that
Literally,
is not 100%, no. Because
The next hangover is
60%
gonna
with
be
40% is actually coming close. If it's 50-50, you're actually watering it down to 50%. But That is still strong. Strong, in fact.
Kiki, do you have any Baileys to hand?
Oh my god, I actually do.
Perhaps I'd
Oh.
recommend something involving that then, considering Bailey's is nowhere near as strong as 60 or 40% gin.
That's
Oh my
a
God.
fantastic idea.
I have Baileys and coffee.
Oh.
That sounds like the perfect remedy.
Oh, good.
That's a great idea. If I didn't have a bottle of wine to get through, I would be doing that right now. Oh.
Oh my god. The kettle is so blue. I'm going to show you guys this kettle because it's so blue.
For reference to the audience, by the way, as is brought up by Paper Tiger, my opinion when it comes to maths is the less maths, the better.
Agreed.
Maths is for boring people who suffer from autism.
I am
And
studying
physicists.
GURPS, so fuck.
I have a wonderful glass of ice water.
Look at how blue that kettle is.
That
Hey,
Kiki,
kettle
I have
is so
I
blue,
have the
it's
same kettle as
basically
that.
pornographic.
Oh, yeah, I got that kettle
Kiki,
too.
I have literally the exact same kettle.
Me too.
Same.
I don't own a kettle.
What?
I think I may have the same toaster as you too, by the way.
I wanted to buy the rose gold one, and then the person who actually owns the boat at the moment was like, "No, we can't have rose gold because we have guests, and they're not like white chicks."
That better be a female.
So, how are you all finding the session so far?
It's
I don't
quite
know.
neat.
I just looked around and there it was.
It is a good session, but I'm running out of drinks to continue it.
Oh, if only you could play without drinking.
Kiki, you have a boat full of beer. There's literally a pub
Yeah, but
on the river.
I think I should
How
say
can
it
you
out
run
loud
out of
for this time.
alcohol?
If only someone could play without
Because-
drinking. Ah,
look.
No.
no,
is
just
like-
the fucking set out. No, okay.
Oh, the teetotal voice in the corner going, no, no, can someone not drink,
It is-
please? Please,
Please,
I am
children,
all
allow.
alone by myself.
Please,
It
children,
is
allow.
late.
Do not drink.
All I'm saying
Like
is you don't
what?
have to drink to enjoy the game, okay?
By Allah, you are all heathens. I apologize. No, I don't. I'm no.
It is late o'clock.
Fuck
Don't
you.
apologize to Chase. He doesn't deserve it.
No, I'm
Shut
not.
the fuck up.
The bar is going outside, and it's late, and
Mm.
like I'm already wrapped in a blanket.
No.
No. Look, I know the location of a secret inward pass on the map, and you will never find it.
It's very artfully done, I must say.
Anyway, let's continue.
Yes, indeed.
Has
But
everybody
everybody's
finished? Has everybody finished gathering their drinks?
Yeah, I have Bailey's coffee.
No.
I suppose in that case, does anybody have any questions for the DM before we continue?
No.
Anything they'd like to get out of the way? Anything that has been bugging them during this time?
I'm assuming Kiki and I call a draw on the gold, and I now have 10 gold coins instead of just 5.
I haven't
Alright.
given you anything.
Oh.
And I now have 10 gold coins instead of 10.
Okay, you keep the 10 gold coins. I will take it up with the dwarf soon at some point. That he blatantly lost his bet.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to say each of you roll an intelligence saving throw to see how much of the previous night you can actually remember.
Oh no!
Yes.
Your weakness, intelligence.
No! Oh no! This is gonna be bad. What?
Wait. You want me to roll what?
An
Intelligence
intelligence
saving.
saving throw to see how much of the previous night you can remember.
I can't even. Where do I click on? Okay, there.
Oh, hey.
Is it there?
Oh.
No,
Hey,
you need to
Leah.
roll an intelligence saving throw. It's the wrong button.
That
Press
was the
Oh.
wrong button. Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
That's
Oh,
the
it
three.
is, but it is literally the same modifier.
I would
Yeah.
say that both. I would say both Groose and Grace are capable of remembering two key important details. That being that they called their bet a draw, and that they had a very good time messing with Gunnar last night.
Okay.
I would say Gunnar, you can remember just about everything.
Okay, well, I'm just not going to mention that I owed him, and I'm just going to
Oh,
assume he forgot.
Gunnar, you're a bad debtor. Oh.
Damn dwarf being Jews, I mean dwarfs again.
I
Oh.
downed 12
I know, right?
pints. If
I-
that's not worth a
You
win, then I
you
don't know what
drank
is.
12 of my pints, and you don't
Which you
want to pay
offered
for.
me, yes,
As a bet, yes.
yes, as a bet.
Ooh,
Yes.
ooh, okay. How does your hat fit on your head, or is it too small? I just want to know.
I don't have a hat.
If you were to buy a hat, would it be small? I suspect it would. You know, if you were to buy a pair of glasses, would it need a wide bridge? I'm just.
You know how we see people who break their oaths.
Right. That's okay. I know.
You know what, Ginge? I must.
I only have
must
5
request.
gold. You know.
I
So do
must
I.
request, Ginge.
We will call it a draw,
But
shall
should-
we?
I
If you're
agree.
having
I,
trouble
Did it-
speaking, Kiki, feel free to type to me.
Should situations arise where we be asked to pay for something and find ourselves shortchanged, I feel like we might have slight memories of this moment arise.
Well, I have a feeling that a rush of memories may soon come rushing back to Bruce as soon as he attempts to take a swig out of his trusty flask.
Uh-huh.
But until that moment, he will remain blissfully ignorant. So, all that being said, Grace and Groose, the pair of you make your way downstairs and find yourself blessed by the near divine smelling meats and various other fried objects that have been presented towards your party. After having consumed them all with what I could only imagine to be a level of gratitude capable of entry into heaven, what does the party of 4 discuss? The world at this point is your oyster. Feel free to do as you wish. You all have your own
Well-
motivations and reasons for going about your business. Feel free to discuss with the party.
Well, for starters, I shall take 5 silver and present it to the barkeep and say to the fellow, "You, sir, run a fine establishment."
He nods, he smiles in your direction and says, "Why, thank you, and thank you for the coin." He takes gladly and says, I hope you've all had a wonderful time here last night, but let me just thank you for having left my bar without puddles to have to clean up and slides the silver back towards you.
I shall take the silver back, but I shall look to him, and I shall give him a hard stare, and I shall say to him, next time, you join us, and take the plate back to the table.
He nods and says, "You have my word."
Based barkeep.
Based.
So, having ingratiated herself with the barkeep, who, bear in mind, the collection of you have yet to ask the name of. What do you all plan to do next?
Senpai is senpai. Barkeep is barkeep.
Is it? Yeah, barkeep is barkeep is not a derogatory term. It is a title of providence and respect.
It's a title of great honor.
He who blesses us with the divine mead.
Well, in either case, unless any of you have anything that you would wish to discuss with the other members of your party, we shall skip forward the various events of having gone through the process of eating your meals and getting yourselves prepared to make your way out into the wider world and continue your now united journey to the city of Verdenfeld.
Yeah, I was going to confirm that we are all united in the helping me deliver booze to wherever I can deliver booze to.
Absolutely, let's do that.
I'll point that I'm surprised at how someone who drinks as much booze as he does gets to not drink his own supply. But I'm definitely on board.
I will grin.
Well, I'm sure anybody sitting upon the cart as they travel forwards, if they were to bang the two barrels of wine and mead, they would find one of them to sound oddly hollow.
All right.
At some point, I will check my flask, as I habitually do, and go, oh no, and promptly try and fill it from whatever is left of the barrel of mead.
I would say that you're able to. Okay, here's an important question here. Did you attempt to reclaim what you could from the mead you poured out the night previous, or have you considered that to be a loss?
You know what?
Surely it's too heavily aired by now.
I'm gonna claim that as a loss. Although part of me says I shouldn't. But
I would say it's probably the wise decision to not attempt to.
Yeah. Sadly, 6 pints of mead have gone to waste. But yeah,
they will be remembered.
Alas, it was fun. Now the question is, how much is in a barrel?
You know what? I will go and ask the barkeep for his name.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. He looks at you and says, "The name's Carter. Gordon Carter."
Gordon. Hey, what a coincidence!
It's another G.
I look back at this place. Truly is the G spot.
Oh.
Carter with a C or with a K?
With a C.
It is very, very nice to know such a man with this fine establishment. Fine A establishment.
Well, this is the #1 spot for those both entering and leaving the city, so feel free to come back whenever you please. You'll have a discount the next time I see you.
Oh, you heard that? We're
Outstanding.
definitely coming back.
Oh, yeah. Outstanding. How much shall we DM? How much is left in my case of mead?
Let's see. I would say that each of the 2 barrels that you're transporting contains it's a full-sized barrel. So, let's see here.
Also, good news, Chase is back.
I'm just going to type this up to you, Trig.
Yeah.
So, dwarf, hopefully you're good and empty after last night's games.
Well, I vomited. I still haven't pissed today.
Oh, bathroom
Okay.
breaks are implied.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I suppose maybe I did go then. I'm still a bit groggy from last night, you understand?
Oh, I mean, you would be. Good lord, you drink like a horse.
Well. I shall simply remain with my automaton. I'll be tinkering with it for the whatever duration of the travel that we are in. Just,
All right.
yeah.
So, with the party making their way over to the city, the cart has room for a total of 3 people to ride it. Obviously, Bruce would be the one driving the cart unless he wishes to defer that responsibility to one of his new friends. But that being said, at least one of you is going to have to walk, I'm afraid.
I shall be the one riding along, of course.
Of course.
I like how you said that as if you were about to volunteer to be the one walking, and then completely turned on its head.
You're gonna make the man who pays for your breakfast walk? I don't think so.
That being
Perhaps-
said, between Gunnar and Grace, which of you are going to be walking alongside the cart?
Well, it certainly sounds like a challenge to keep pace with a cart, don't you think, Grace?
Or perhaps it will be entertaining to see this automaton, he calls it, walk alongside.
I
See
have
if that
some
can keep pace.
tuning to do with it, and I would prefer it stay on the cart, so...
There is only just room on the cart for the automaton, in addition to the 2 barrels that are already there. If you were to put the automaton on the cart, you yourself would not be able to fit in the back with it.
Oh. Well, then I shall walk along with the automaton.
All right then. So, Grace, Grigori, and Bruce are all riding along on the cart with. These G names are getting meme worthy. And Gunnar travels alongside, occasionally stopping to make small modifications to his automaton, whilst also occasionally riding along said automaton to give his own legs a bit of a rest. With that being said, soon, sight of the city is able to be seen coming up on the horizon. You can see as you make your way over that there doesn't appear to be much in the way of particularly high points within the city, with the majority of the views available to you consisting of the tips of the spires of what appears to be some kind of cathedral located within the interior, with another region that is some distance away being a bit lower down but still towering above much of the other structures, consisting of what appears to be a clock and bell tower. Outside of that, it's worth noting that the city itself appears to have, in some form or function, a series of walls which you can see kind of act as concentric rings within the structure of the city, with it apparently being the case that as you get further and closer towards the center, the buildings appear to have increased. They appear to be taller and more effect and have a greater effect to them. The entire city itself is noteworthy for actually being located on a large open harbour, which at your current elevation, standing atop a small hill, you're able to see the harbour being visited by a innumerable number of boats, with only a handful being able to be easily spotted from this distance. In either case, you do note that there does appear to be at least a small gathering outside of the walls, which you can only assume is equating to the now midday's traffic of people attempting to get in and out for various means and purposes. With the party having this viewpoint, it appears as though there are a few points of potential ingress into the city. You could veer off to the left a little in order to enter in close to the port area of the settlements, or if you wanted to, you could veer off to the right and make your way towards what can only be assumed to be the newer regions of the city. A region which, to those of you who are familiar with the lore of the surrounding area, you would note as being the more dragonborn populated region of the city, having been most recently built within the last 60 or so years.
Tis a shame that none of these scaly bandits wanted to come for us. Huh, Gunner?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice to see what they were up to.
Oh, don't worry. These scalies cannot do anything, even if they'd want to.
Fair enough.
I would certainly like to test the capabilities of my machine on these creatures, but if they do not wish a fight, I shall not seek one.
Considering you were after bodyguards, Goose, I'm surprised you would seek combat. Surprised, but not unimpressed.
Did I say I was seeking combat or not? I don't know. I don't think I did. I know the Dragonborn to be a fighty bunch. Hold on, our elven, our knife-eared friend over there. Your armor is pretty. Can I do a perception check on your armor, if I may?
He says that out loud.
You certainly can.
Yes. I won't interfere.
Although, given what I suspect you are attempting to check, I think it may be more appropriate to list this as a history check or perhaps an investigation.
An investigation. Okay, we'll try an investigation.
This isn't simply making an observation. This would be more so making an educated addition, adding of 2 + 2. Yes, you do note the somewhat scaled nature of the armor that your elven friend here appears to be wearing.
I think
You
we should go for the in that case, yes, I think we should go for the Dragonborn route through the gates. Just as a hunch, merely into the city. The Dragonborn sector seems like the safest route
well.
in.
I'm sure they would appreciate your wares.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So you decide to veer off towards the right.
Yes.
Begin to make your way into the city via the more residential areas that have been built primarily for the purposes of both housing and also giving both refuge and a means of proper income. This is not just simply a large-scale refugee storing area. This is a genuine point at which the influx of Dragonborn people who came here decades earlier have managed to carve out for themselves a very sustainable and well-meaning society within the realms of Stradivania. You are, for all intents and purposes, walking into this setting's equivalent to a highly successful Chinatown, wearing a Chinaman skin.
This,
Oh wow.
This is going to be an interesting.
this potentially, yeah.
I am, by the way, entirely oblivious of all this.
Is this a relatively small Chinatown? Because
This city is a Chinatown.
if this is a relatively small Chinatown, this could propose some potentially big trouble.
What you are currently looking at here, Grace, is a location which has swelled from a population of somewhere around 1,000 humans at most, to being the third largest city within the human kingdom, consisting of well over 10,000 separate souls. All the incoming peoples being added to the population consisting of Dragonborn. A good 80% of the city consists of structures which appear to be a cultural fusion between the more orientally styled Dragonborn architecture and the more conventional by human standards looking Stradivanian architecture. Due to the fact that the majority of the Dragonborn population that no longer lives within the Dragonborn Isles now lives within this city, you are, for all intents and purposes, stepping into the largest concentration of Dragonborn on this continent.
Wearing one of their skins. Nice. When is he getting lynched?
Oh.
Great. Okay, so we're walking through the front gates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine, we brought booze, they won't care.
You forget, you're walking. I'm sitting in the cart.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, true. I'm the
So-
only one who's actually walking here.
Important question. Grigori, are you going through any means whatsoever to try and conceal the nature of your current equipment?
Oh yeah, I'm using a disguise kit.
Good call.
Very good.
Oh,
I will.
I'm
I
oh.
will raise. I will
I'm
raise
gonna
an
use my
eyebrow to.
I'm gonna use my disguise kit to
Video history. 'Cause I do have, I think, almost every single.
to make it look like regular regular studded armor.
I shall raise an eyebrow to his attempt to disguise while I very obviously polish my greatsword.
I would say with a 17 in the disguise kit, you come to the conclusion that attempting to conceal a type of armor as an entirely different type of armor is a exercise in futility. So instead of attempting to conceal the armor, you instead take a large cloak that you keep in your pack for this exact purpose and use it to create what appears at first to be an almost poncho-like covering for your head and shoulders, covering over all of the important stretches of armor, whilst also having in of itself a some extended sleeves with which you were able to cover over the arm braces and also the more protected aspects of the upper thighs, where the dragonborn scale armor that you wear on a regular basis has protects your elven form. In either case, the disguise kit that you use is able to properly conceal your armor to all but the most astute and intrusive investigations.
Can I also use it for my ears?
Yes, it's fairly easy to conceal your ears. You just simply use a small pot of balm as well as a comb to style your hair in such a way to conceal the ears for the most part.
All right.
Pepper Tiger asks a very good question. Is this yellow face or does it depend on the color of the dragon bone he skinned?
Oh, it's
Well-
black dragon armor.
Oh, nice.
Yes, Paper Tiger, the armor that Theo is wearing is, for all intents and purposes, a suit of leather armor that has been created by first skinning a black dragonborn humanoid entity, someone that would most notably be an intelligent creature capable of holding a conversation with you, and has tanned said armor and then transformed it into a suit of highly toughened scale mail armor capable of deflecting all but the most savage of blows.
Yeah, but for the keen observer there, it is not covering my face. Therefore, it is not blackface.
You
it's
know,
black body?
I feel
What is
If
noteworthy,
you really-
however, is he is using his disguise kit to conceal the more elven aspects of his face, meaning he now looks far less like an elf and more like someone who may either be just somewhat effeminate or perhaps is just quite simply or perhaps is someone who maybe has a bit of elf in them, maybe like a half elf or something.
So the gang has a fanboy now.
No,
Correct.
I'm very much not.
Oh, yeah.
He said correct. The answer correct. Fuck you.
Question is, do we have a cat boy? Cat girl.
That would be 3 of 12, but thankfully he isn't. Unfortunately, he isn't present right now.
Yay.
Okay.
There's no cat pussy in the party.
Good.
Sorry,
No.
Storm.
No nearing.
I'm gonna I'm gonna turn. Sure, no, I'm gonna turn to the knife here. So you know, Pointy. If you're trying to hide those things and you don't want people to see them anyway, I could just trim them for you, as I continue to polish my greatsword.
I just completely ignore it.
In either case, with this ongoing tension slowly building within the party, Theo's attempts at masking the precise nature of his equipment come through to fruition you find yourselves entering into a somewhat small queue-like crowd, attempting to make your way into the city. There doesn't appear to be much in the way of inspectors going around, looking over people, with instead there being several Dragonborn guards standing atop some small fortifications, having just the general ability to get a good view of all of the people surrounding in from a bird's eye perspective. Just generally speaking, keeping a distant view on potential troublemakers. You do note that in addition to the lookouts posted in various spots in the crowding area, you do spot that there is a handful of individuals making their way around the crowds and just basically being there for the purposes of quieting any disquiet that may happen to run through the area. That being said, it appears as though no random checks of any kind end up being imposed upon you, with the only noteworthy event being that I would say, Trey, you would notice that one of the guards from one of the posts apparently makes an observation of your cart, looking upon your people, apparently doing a quick count, and then making a note in the notebook. You get the impression that this may be having something to do with the barrels, or perhaps it's just simply the size of your party. In either case, you soon find yourself being allowed access to the interior of the city, and a quick word of advice from one of the local guards informs you that it looks as though you are carrying booze to be transported to a local distributor. And
Indeed.
that the closest warehouse would be down the street approximately a quarter mile, and that you should be able to see the warehouse in question from there. And upon allowing you passage, he doesn't give much in the way of any level of rudeness to you. In fact, he seems to be perfectly happy to see you and your party within the area, giving you a brief military-like salute as you are allowed to travel through the city's streets and make your way towards your destination. That being said, from here on out, the party can either go to the warehouse and go about that level of business, or if you want, you can split up, do your own things, leave Trig to make the final leg of the journey himself, or stick together and make sure that you each get at least a portion of the initial starting gold.
Well, I think we should start with getting financial business.
Business first, play later.
Ah,
I agree.
I see.
Reasonable.
Gotta
Everyone-
take care of business.
Yes, indeed. We all wear small hats, I see. Fair enough! Fair enough.
There's
As
only
you
one
make your way
dwarf here. There's only one dwarf here.
I think it's a good idea to make sure we are all on a sound financial backing and status within each other, and know that we can all trust each other. So I say we go to the warehouse and get a good and fair price for the mead and wine, and see where that leads us.
As you make your way over to the warehouse, you travel through the crowded streets, with the road itself having some kind of degree of order to it. Whilst there doesn't seem to be much in the way of a dedicated region through which a horse and cart can travel, there does seem to be a general tendency for the crowds to, without any complaints or grumblings about it, simply make way for your cart and allow you passage with what appears to be a great deal of priority. It doesn't take you terribly long at all to eventually arrive at a large mason and brick style warehouse, the kind of thing that you would expect to see in a typical British dockyard, only nowhere near the harbour region of the city. You see a large arch-shaped pair of wooden double doors with a variety of iron bands across it, giving the implication of something that is quite sturdy and difficult to intentionally break through. In either case, you have arrived at your destination. Don't see anybody on the outside, nobody keeping guard or anything along those lines. How do you proceed?
Is there a doorbell or any sort of way of knocking on a door, gaining attention, etc.?
Looking at the large double doors, there does appear to be a kind of door within a door, giving you the ability to knock on the smaller door and potentially gain access without having to open the grand double doors. Sorry, give me just a moment. I need to swap over my earphones. They're complaining about low battery.
They're draining out, so he has to turn them around again. Like a time thing, sand.
Yes. Indeed. The up will seem down and left will seem right for him.
Right, I can hear you again now.
Aha.
So,
So there is a door, yeah?
yes,
door.
there is a large double
Yeah.
door that you can see is clearly intended for the passage of horse and carts and the like, for the purposes of bulk loading and unloading. But within the right of this large double door, you can see a smaller door embedded within it, clearly intended for use of foot passengers.
Well, with a gauntleted hand, I shall knock upon the door.
You, as you knock through the din of the city that surrounds you, you do hear on the inside a rather gruff-sounding, "I'll be there in a moment," shouting out from the side. And as is the case, a moment passes and you see the door opens up, revealing a rather well-bearded dragonborn male, having opened the door to you and giving a quick glance over at the cart and the barrels and saying, "Oh, you lot must be the delivery folks for the monastery, am I right?"
That's correct, yes.
We were expecting you a few days ago. Luckily, we've still got a space open here for the barrels. Let me get the doors open for you. I'll get some people in. And he quickly closes the door that you had knocked on previously, Kiki, and then a few moments later, you see him and a few other dragonborn who are, albeit younger and made of of sterner stuff, the muscly variety, all work together to open the large double doors, and soon you find yourself being directed into the large internal red brick structure. You can see that the structure itself seems to be somewhat well maintained, with a variety of very new and unrusted and very well made areas within the city, within the warehouse, I should say, with a very distinct and open spot for the two large barrels of material being transported on the cart. The same dragonborn comes back over to you. He's red-skinned, I might say. Looks over and says, "All right, so these two barrels, they're going to be going over here. The warehouse staff here, they'll get all that sorted for you. Which of you's the one in charge of transporting all this? I wasn't expecting more than one."
That would be me.
"All right, if you want to come this way, I'll get you into the office. We've got some coins set aside for you. We just need you to sign."
Splendid. I'll I'll have
As
my way. Can I roll a perception check whilst I'm here, just to make sure I'm aware of everything that's going off around me, or completely unaware, as the case may be?
That depends. You rolling a perception check, you need to be either looking out for something that's off, or specifically looking out for something in particular.
Oh, okay. I was just having a look around, essentially, and making sure,
as
just
Okay.
having a look around. Is that it? As the
Uh,
case may be.
It looks like a perfectly functional warehouse. The only things that strike you as being a little out of the ordinary is the fact that it appears as though the staff working within appear to be entirely dragonborn in terms of ethnic makeup. Aside from that, there's one stack of crates that looks like it's been a little bit mislined. A sufficiently hard shove might send a bit of a domino effect going, but aside from that, it's all perfectly well in order.
Okay, all Dragonborn now. Okay, I've noticed.
Yes.
Noticed.
as
In fact,
Groose and the Dragonborn head off, I'm going to give a nudge to Greg here, and I'm going to whisper to him. I didn't know the Scalies could grow beards.
So who's
Oh.
Greg?
that might that's something that's worth noting. I said beard earlier. Beards on Dragonborn do not look like beards of less of the more mammalian variety.
They're
The
like
beard of a
snails or something, right?
Dragonborn, the beard of a Dragonborn the quote unquote beard of a Dragonborn takes one of two forms. Either large, almost horn-like protrusions which grow down into what would best be described as resembling a very densely set of crooked horn-like protrusions, or potentially, as is more often the case, the beard would come in the form of what appears to be feather-like structures, coming down in what is usually a fairly colourful piece of plumage. In fact, most equivalents of facial hair that exist within Dragonborn, like eyebrows and hair and most other equivalents, come in the form of either horn-like protrusions or feather-like setups. In this particular case, with the man currently guiding Groose over to the office to receive payment, it's the latter. It's the former variety. I mean, the more hardened protrusions, like. In
No
either
wonder he
case, you
doesn't
get
So he has weird manky chin, is what you're saying.
in either case, you can imagine that it's a kind of setup which doesn't really have much in the way of needing to be combed or anything along those lines. If you give me a
Or
moment,
even the
I will actually give you a quick idea as to what a Dragonborn beard may look like.
How would they go about grooming that? Or do they just have to accept that they have a manky chin?
I believe
It's-
they just.
It's
lift
fairly
them
low
like that.
maintenance. I have a picture here of a Dragonborn that I asked Raja to draw up for me some time ago. I just need to find it. There we go. I'm just taking a screenshot of this. That's an example of the former what I described. The more thick and keratinous structures that exist in place of the more hair-like beards of a humanoid. But yes, that being said, as Groose is being guided away by the red Dragonborn, who by this point you would imagine is probably the manager or some form of equivalent here. He takes you over to a smaller structure, kind of house within the warehouse, within the structure, and sits you down and says, "All right, just gotta get a quick inspection done, make sure that everything's in order. Don't worry, we've had purchases from this monastery a few times, so it'll be over in no time. From here, though, here he walks over to a small cabinet and pulls out a sack that seems to have a degree of heft to it, and just simply puts it onto the desk in front of you. This should contain a sack of 100 gold pieces and 10 platinum pieces, 200 gold equivalents. Feel free to count it here if you so choose. I'll stand here and watch if you like. Or I can count it myself and you can watch.
Well,
I can help to count.
I'm assuming that I can type it into the thing and it will be standard. So 200 gold pieces sounds fantastic. Yeah, absolutely great. Piss upon me, guys. Fantastic. Yes,
Well,
I will
if you're
count
happy
it.
with,
Yes, I'm
if
happy
you're happy
with
with
it.
not needing to count it, then he nods his head, holds out his hand to shake it, and says, "Deal well made, then."
200 gold pieces, huh? Fantastic. Deal very well made. Excellent, lovely jubbly. Sweet as.
Yep.
Awesome.
If you take the hand to shake it, he will nod in appreciation before heading out and saying, "Well, any other deliveries we'll be able to get sorted. As I'm sure you're aware, you get to keep the horse and cart. We're just keeping the barrels. I haven't seen you making this delivery before. Do you know where to keep carts and the like? Or do you want me to point that out for you?"
By all means, please point that out to me. This is the first time out I've had
Right.
with my horse and cart.
Yeah. I assume your friends can be just left here for now.
Sure. Yeah, whatever.
All right. He calls over and shouts something in Draconic, and then you see, in response to his shouting, a call of response from a variety of individuals working to unload the barrels. And in the process of doing that, he gestures out the much smaller door and begins to guide you away, Bruce.
Okay.
In the meantime, the rest of the party, you are free to just hang around the warehouse, or if there's anything that you would prefer to do in the meantime, feel free to PM me. I'll address it as and when you do so. But for now, the Red Dragonborn continues to talk to you, saying, we've actually been dealing with this monastery of yours since well before before I started working here. It's a long-term thing. It's those wines and meads that your guys make. They're much better than most. By the way, this road that we've been traveling, we're gonna be heading down that way for a bit further. And there's a stable that's kind of off to the left a bit. It doesn't look nice, but it's secure, and most importantly, it's the cheapest in the city. Owned by my brother.
Fantastic. I have a wee question for you, and forgive me for going into a slightly Scottish accent right about now, but I know a few wee methods of brewing that over a period of time I might be able to produce for you.
You're
Booze
planning to set up your own brewery, then?
I'm thinking If I could make some alcohol for you, would you be interested in buying it for me?
Well, this is it's a warehouse. We only deal with in bulk. So, once you've got the money together to set yourself up with something large enough to be able to handle bulk orders, yeah, sure. Go ahead and get in touch. We'll.
Because I'm not talking
if
about
you're able
producing
to-
a pint at a time here. I'm talking about making bulk orders.
Of course. If you want to produce something on small scale, that'd be good as a sample. But
Mm-hmm. Okay. I might be in. What was your name again, sir?
Brunch.
Butch.
Not
Butch.
brunch.
Okay.
No.
Brunch.
BRUCH. Brunch.
BRUCH. Butch.
Don't forget the R.
Brunch.
Anyway.
Brunch.
Shut up.
Yeah, like I said, there's that place around the corner. That's a good place to keep your card. Since you're dealing with me, just mention my name and they should let you get in free. At
Butch,
least,
you and I in the future, I feel we are going to become good friends, sir. Good friends.
well, before we can become good friends, let's become good business partners. How about that?
Well, that is certainly part of the deal. But
Well,
I
alright.
assume you like a drink, sir.
Yeah, I do. Although not until I clock off.
Fantastic. We will.
Hey, if you want to come over here, but I'll probably have everything wrapped up for the day by around 7ish. Yeah, if you want to come over and we can go, I'll give you a run of the city. How about that?
It sounds good. Sounds good, and sounds absolutely fantastic. Bursch, I bid you a good day, sir, and we will see each other in the future.
What's your name?
My name is Gruce Reed.
Bruce.
And
Bruce.
Bursch, I will say this now. Do you know where I can get good brewing equipment from around here?
Oh, my recommendation would be head over to the middle of the city, the old town. If there's going to be anything of a high quality, it's going to be likely around that fancy area, although you might expect to spend a pretty penny. You could probably find something that'll do most of the job whilst saving you a whole lot of cash if you just go to one of the outskirts warehouses.
Outskirts warehouses. Okay.
There's a market. He points off in a direction and says, it's located outside the walls, cheap land and such. Yeah, there's it's cheap. Anyway, I gotta get back and make sure that the folks aren't slacking off. I assume you're coming with to pick up your friends, or are they just hires?
Sure. I'll come with you, Brooch. It's been a pleasure talking to you, sir.
Likewise. You might want to work on your accent, though. It sounds a bit dwarven.
Can't be helped. I've been drinking with him for a while.
I see. Right, okay. The rest of the party you soon see as the large, somewhat strongly built, but admittedly rather portly-looking dragonborn eventually walks back into the warehouse with Groose in tow, and he gives you all a quick wave and a nod before heading back inside. Let's see. We shall deal with what Kiki is. Let's deal with what Kiki wants to do first. So, you wish to challenge some of the people to arm wrestles.
Of course.
Oh.
Seeing how it's been going up to now, I think there's a good place for that. Where also beer is involved.
You
Oh,
mean
no.
you mean the pub?
Not more. Not more.
The pub! To the pub!
I think we're going to cover some of the further details and then bring the session to a close at around 10 o'clock-ish, by the way, giving us another half hour or so before we bring things to a halt formally. So,
That's fair enough. I have half a bottle of wine left.
all right. So, Kiki, as you see some of the workers going through the process of getting up on the cart and rolling the barrels down into various means of helping transport them around, you see that for the most part they seem to be doing everything by hand, just kind of working together in sets of 2 or 3 in order to get the barrels off the cart, roll them onto their side, get them into place, and so on and so forth. A good 10 minutes or so later, when Groose and his new potential drinking buddy are coming back in, you see that the lot of Dragonborn who were responsible for getting the barrels into the correct spot, they seem to have finished up loading your stuff into place, and a couple of them just kind of stand there for a moment looking for stuff to do, whilst others actually go on and seemingly get on with other work that they were previously working on prior to your arrival. If you had to pick anybody to challenge to an arm wrestle, there are some very idle-looking fellows in front of you.
I shall, wander up to one of these idle folk. Is there, presumably some barrels and stuff around them?
Yeah, there's a variety of unstacked barrels that exist various places throughout the warehouse. If it wouldn't be too much of an effort to slide one of those out for a quick break in an arm wrestle if needs be.
I'll look towards one of them, and I'll kind of look down on them a little, and I'm going to say to him, "Hey, you, Scales."
He looks back at
How
you.
do you go?
He looks back at you and then gestures to himself and the others, and with a bit of a confused look on his face.
Heard you folk are quite strong round here. Care to prove it?
He, without vocalizing anything, looks to a couple of his friends for quickly discussing something in somewhat quiet voices before looking back at you and saying, yeah, sounds okay. What you got in mind? We've got a few minutes.
Well, I would challenge you to honorable combat, but I guess an arm wrestle's more civilized around here.
Yeah, we're he gestures to the others and says, "We're not exactly armed, so sure, arm wrestle sounds good. Here, give us a hand with this."
I mean, you could be, and I shall present a longsword.
He just looks at you with a look of simultaneous confusion and curiosity before saying, "Maybe later."
You can't just whip your sword out like that in public.
Sigma
Of
female
course,
uses racial slurs a minority.
I shall help them haul a barrel or a crate or something into place.
Yeah, with your help, they're able to hoist a crate that looks to be about twice as long as it is wide, and basically uses that as a wide table with which to run a bit of an arm wrestling competition. The Dragonborn that you're talking to has a kind of kind of almost mottled copper-like texture to his scales. You can see that there are patches where the copper nature of his scales has tarnished into a slight green patina, but otherwise he seems to be a fairly coppery texture. This is a copper dragonborn, in case you can't tell. And he just looks to you, slams his elbow onto the table, and says, "I'm not going to take it easy on you."
Oh, nor are you. And yeah, let's do this.
Yep, he looks to you and looks to one of his friends and says, "Give us a countdown." And you see as one of the Dragonborn walks over and with a quick countdown on his fingers says, 3, 2, 1, and go. So, give me an athletics check.
Righto.
Right.
Oh, that's not ideal, is it?
No, it's not. With the initial push starting off, you find that suddenly this initial exertion seems to go very much in the Dragonborn's favor. He gets you about 40 degrees towards your side. Before you're able to put up enough of an effort to be able to put an end to it. Roll me another athletics check.
Oh my word!
Oof.
Okay,
Hell
so
yeah.
how
Oh, well
broken is
done.
his arm?
Suddenly mustering forth the strength of a challenge, somebody who is actually able to outstrength you is something you're not used to encountering. And you use this additional thrill of the fight of sorts to encourage yourself into a quite literal slam dunk as you slam his hand into the other side of into his side of the crate, completely scoring a total victory, and doing so with such force that you notice his knuckles and your knuckles also leave a bit of a dent in the woodwork.
Your knuckles as well? Good God.
He
Shit.
he gets up and begins shaking his hand and saying something in Draconic that you don't recognize. But in either case, after a few moments, he looks back at you and says, "Yeah, you win." And walks off.
I'll raise an eyebrow to the other two, and then seeing Bruce coming out, walk back to the curtain.
The other two look to you, and one of them calls out, "You're gonna give us a hand getting this back?" Gesturing to the crate that is now being moved quite clearly out of place for the purposes of an arm wrestle that you proposed.
I'll
You just ignore them.
No, you know what? I'll help him shuffle it back. I'll say to him, "Your
Right,
friend there's not too graceful in defeat, is he?"
He looks at you with a bit of a side eye and says, "I think you may have broken his hand." He doesn't usually shout like that.
You know, I could have seen to that if he was willing to stay around. I'd love to fight with or alongside him someday. He almost had the hand on me for a moment there.
No. He calls off something in Draconic. You presume it to be a name of some kind.
Oh. Sour
It sounds something along the lines of lock or something like that. But after a moment, you see the same copper skin. The same copper skin dragonborn comes back and.
I speak Draconic. I speak Draconic. What's he saying?
So do I.
Okay. Well, in that case, Gunnar and anybody else capable of speaking Draconic, you would know that after his initial defeat at the hands of Kiki, would have walked off in quite a huff whilst giving off a rather impressive series of slurs. Some of which are specifically anti-human, many of which are the equivalent of shit, fuck, oh Christ, this hurts. And as he comes back, as he continues speaking in Dragonborn, he says to the one that called him, "Yeah, what do you want?" And a quick discussion takes place with the one that you were just speaking to, pointing out the fact that apparently you have the ability to heal, and a quick look of questioning intent. He walks back over to you, Kiki, and says in common, "Apparently you can fix this." And you can see now as he holds his hand out, you can quite clearly see the back of his knuckles have already started to swell slightly.
How many points of lay on hands will this take to heal?
If you had to guess, somewhere in the realms of 6 or 7 would not only heal it, but properly set the brakes back into place and such.
I'll
If he
drop
requires,
the
if he requires, I also have cure wounds.
I'll drop the 10 just to keep it comfortable, and do it with a shake of the hand that's injured, and say to him, "Hope to see you someday on the battlefield, on my side or otherwise. It'll be a fun fight."
As you put a handshaking gesture out to him, he kind of looks at you and says, "My knuckles are broken."
Well, don't
I'll
worry
shake your
about
hand
it.
after.
I'll fix them. Well, how am I going to fix them without shaking your hand?
I know how you divine types work. You can touch it. You don't have to shake it or squeeze it or anything.
I'll just give him a slap on the back then, and do it that way, and say to him, "You big wimp. Maybe I'll fight again."
As you give him a slap on the back / shoulder, you dump the 10 points of lay on hands, and in the process, you see as the divine energies course through his body, directing towards the break on the back of the knuckles. And soon, after a moment, he gives a look of surprise as his hand is once again capable of wriggling the fingers without any pain. As you walk away afterwards, he just puts his now healed hand on your shoulder and says, "Hey, I thought you were pulling my leg." Offers his hand out to shake.
I'll shake his hand, and I'll say to him, "You dragon folk aren't as scary as you're supposed to be."
He gives you a look of what the fuck before saying, "I work in a warehouse, you daft bitch."
But they make nice armor.
Armor of Dragonborn, what?
Oh,
I'll give him a hearty laugh and say, "Of course you do," and pat him on the shoulder as I help lift the box back, and then go back to Greece.
You get the impression that the one whose hand you broke in an arm wrestling competition is clearly not happy with you, but you seem to have ingratiated yourself with his friends. In either case, as you make your way back over to Bruce, let's.
I'll share a wave, like a little polite wave, as I head back and call back, "Grace, by the way."
He calls back and says, he calls back and says, "Name's Locke." You hear a couple of other Dragonborn who apparently he primarily works with, just give you a wave and such, but they don't call their names out. That is Locke spelt Loach, by the way, like the Scottish lake.
Loch.
Well done there. It seems like you've already made your first dragonborn victim.
Hmm.
Not as tough as I thought. Figured they had something at the start there, but crikey, they break easy.
I think that's more of a feature of you than them.
Give it a few years and you get your own skills.
Oh gods, I hope not.
Well, in either case, Theo, you say you want to take a quick wander around and listen off for things. Give me the precise details of what you're aiming for here.
Well, I was sort of thinking of going to the nearest spot where I can find information. And I don't know what that would be. I just immediately thought because it's a fantasy setting, tavern.
Yeah, there's a variety of places you can go to. There's you see as you walk around that there's you see as you walk around there doesn't seem to be much in the way of a half decent tavern in the immediate vicinity. You see that there doesn't seem to be much in the way of signage and the like. You get the impression
Right.
that the area is requires a bit of local knowledge to be able to get around.
Is there
But-
any place that looks like they have a few guildsmen or something?
Well, hang on for a moment. As you are making your way around, you do spot that one of the local dragonborn, somebody who appears to be manning some kind of stand, selling a variety of colourful-looking trinkets. You know, the kind of place that you'd expect to be a kind of like, here, buy this beaded necklace for an exorbitant price, dumbass tourist. That kind of place.
Right, that's exactly what I want.
She calls out to you, and the female dragonborn. She calls out to you, saying, "You look like you're a little lost there. Is there nothing? What are you looking for, friend?"
Does it look like she would know any thieves' cant?
No.
I'll just try saying in thieves' cant that I'm just looking for the nearest drinking area, and if she doesn't respond to anything, then I'll just and any nearest guild assembly area or whatever it's called.
She gives you a bit of a strange look, and due to the nature of how thieves can work, she responds with, "If you need the bathroom, go that way," and points towards what looks to be a connecting alleyway between two major highways. Thieves' Camp, by the way, is if you're familiar with Pig Latin, it's where you say one thing but mean another.
Yeah, it's what I try to do, but sort of.
You can tell that this is a woman who's not familiar with the language and didn't even recognize you were trying to communicate a hidden message.
I'll just nod and thank her, and I'll be on my way then.
Right. Where exactly do you go to? Do you follow down the alley, or do you just kind of wander a bit?
I'll follow down the aisle. No reason to make her look stupid.
Right. As you make your way down the alleyway, you see as it seems to it's not a direct straight line. It seems to almost have a kink in it, a 90-degree turn. Making your way down, you turn the corner, and you can spot that there seems to be a few spots where you get the impression somebody may have taken a subtle piss in the corner and such. But as you turn the corner, you suddenly see standing before you what is noteworthy as being one of the only other humans that you have seen in this city before. You see a youngish human, if you had to guess, somewhere in the realm of like 18 to 20 years old. Standing over what appears to be the corpse of a dragonborn god of sorts, a man who, a dragonborn who seems to have blue scales and is just lying there, slightly shoved off to the side of the alleyway, but either dead or unconscious. You see the younger humanoid standing there with a crossbow in his hands and suddenly stares at you as shocked, like a deer in the headlights.
Okay, Theo, you see him standing in shocked in the like a deer in the headlights. You see him standing. You see a rat the size of a goddamn house cat, also on the body of the dragonborn, also shocked like a deer in the headlights. They both are looking at you. The man, as you see him, has a bit of blood on his left hand, holding the end of the crossbow. He just stares at you. Both of them stare at you. The rat raises up his hands, and the guy also raises up his hands, and the guy says, "I fought him like this."
This is going
Okay.
in the book. This is
I
going in the
step
notebook.
forward.
Okay.
No, Theo's by himself right now.
Oh, Theo's gone.
Gunnar, Grace, and Bruce are back at the warehouse right now. Theo's just
Yep.
kind of wandered off whilst Kiki was breaking hands and Bruce was breaking bread.
Okay. CD looks at the rat as well. Who are you?
I'm sorry, you're asking me who I am after you just in this alleyway apparently killed the dragonborn
I
god?
didn't kill him. I found him like that. You have no evidence against me. Wipes his hand on his back.
It was not like that. It was like that when I got here.
Yeah, it was like that when I got here.
Uh,
You can ask the rat if you want, and the rat simply squeaks, seemingly in agreement.
I put my head outside of the alleyway to see if there's anybody coming.
Doesn't appear to be.
All right. Let's get rid of this disgusting creature first. Then you're coming with me because you definitely have something up. You're definitely up to something.
Okay. CD is just happy he has any help with hiding the definitely dead before he was their corpse.
I pull out the dagger and make sure it's dead.
All right.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Go ahead and roll for me a attack with your dagger.
Does it count as sneak attack?
Oh yeah, it would also be considered an auto crit. So let's see. That would be an additional. Roll me an additional D4 and 2D6.
Sorry, what? A D4 and 2D6?
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh, I just put it there.
Yeah, but this is an auto crit because you're
Oh.
attacking a creature that's not defending itself.
Right.
So you get to roll all of your damage dice again. So roll another D4 and another 2D6. Or alternatively, you see where the actually no, just go ahead and roll those dice I mentioned. If you prefer, I can roll it for you.
Yeah, it's not. It's being annoying.
Okie dokie.
There we go. Oh. Yeah, whatever. Take yours.
We'll go with yours since you're technically the one supposed to be rolling here. But anyway, you take the dagger and you plunge it into the body. Where exactly are you aiming the dagger, by the way?
Somewhere that causes the least amount of blood?
Okay, so you aim roughly center of mass. The armor on the Dragonborn means that you can't exactly go straight into the rib cage, but you do instead plunge it basically into the point where the armor is open, basically into the neck of the Dragonborn. And when you do so, you see the Dragonborn's eyes suddenly flick open, and then he tries to sit up and then quickly holds his neck and dies. You are suddenly aware of the fact that the man was unconscious.
See, I didn't kill him. He was like that when I came here.
All right, and now he's dead.
Yes. Now he is dead. Bloody hell.
Nothing lost, nothing gained.
You still didn't bother to tell me who the hell you are.
That's for later. Now let's get rid of the body. Is there any place, any sewer opening anywhere here? Where did you come from?
There is a sewer opening right at the end of the alleyway. Let's dump him over here. I have a couple of rats over there. They're gonna love it. And CD starts hauling the legs of the dead Dragonborn, but not before checking his pockets for any money.
If you go ahead and give me an investigation check to loot the freshly deadened corpse.
An investigation check.
All right, doing a very thorough search using your rat to your pet rat to get into all of the nooks and crannies on the inside of the armor. You're able to harvest a total of 27 gold pieces in various bits and pieces of change, whether they be gold pieces, copper, or silver. In addition to that, you're able to lift a total of 17 crossbow bolts, as well as the crossbow that you've already taken off the map.
27 golden pieces, right?
I'll stick out my hand towards Chase.
27.
I'll stick out my hand towards the boys.
Okay, while Theo is sticking out his head, and my rat simply drags out a bag filled with the gold coins. I pick them up, I count them, and I keep one in a special pocket just for the rat. When I'm done with all of this, I simply drag the corpse back again and throw it down. To which Grigori could hear a lot of scurrying.
It is worth noting that the sewer that he points out, the body doesn't fit through it easily. It kind of needs a bit of a push to squeeze it into place. But in either case, yes, the Dragonborn is soon disposed of, and you hear as the sudden uptick of activity within the semi-open sewer suddenly is much more audible. Yes, congratulations. The pair of you are now accomplices in the murder of a keeper of the peace within the city of Verdenfeld.
As I walk up,
the peace has been kept now. Now I think you took something from him that belongs to me.
What they're talking about? The money?
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to give you 10 gold pieces.
For keeping quiet?
You murdered
the dragon you just murdered.
You murdered him. I didn't do anything.
Fine.
Other than throw the rats.
Okay, let's quickly get out of this place.
Let's quickly get out of this place.
Is he covered in blood?
No, I'm not.
No, but you yourself do have a little bit of blood on you from the knife. Assuming you've wiped it clean. I would assume that you wiped it clean on the guard's clothing.
Yes.
Right, okay. In that case, yeah, the pair of you are relatively blood-free. In fact, the point where the guard had fallen, roll me a quick investigation check there, Theo.
Okay.
With that chime, by the way, we are very rapidly coming to a close on this session. Just as you walk back through the alleyway, the same way you came, this time with apparently a new companion, you quickly observe all of the different areas and notice a few things. First of all, there is a spot where a leaky gutter has clearly been producing a small puddle of what you can most likely assume is some kind of maritime slime. Secondly, there is a point where you actually have to duck under in order to be able to avoid knocking your head on an exposed piece of piping coming out of one of the walls.
Ow.
And thirdly, you remember that there did seem to be a rather nasty bruise and gash on the head of the Dragonborn. You quickly come to the conclusion that this Dragonborn was likely making a quick shortcut through this alley, slipped, banged his head, knocked himself unconscious, and was very rapidly afterwards found by Chase.
I give a big sigh.
Look,
This is all put together in your head over the course of a few seconds, at which point you probably realize, oh dear.
he didn't actually kill him.
I
Look.
give him back the 10 coins. Well, this is between us, right?
Yeah, sure. Actually, you seem like a guy that's not really afraid of getting your hands dirty. How about you help me with something? First of all, introductions. Just call me CD, yeah?
You can call me George.
All right, and this little fella is called Ratatouille. The rat squeaks.
Are you serious?
Yes.
All right.
He picked the name, not me. Don't ask me. Anyway, the reason why I was here is that I was tracking a Dragonborn thief. He stole a sentimental item from one of my clients. If you help me track him down, I'm willing to share the bounty with you.
All right. All right, we can do that. I need more information in this area anyways. I'm looking for something myself as well. So one hand shakes the other, I see.
I feel this is going to be the start of a beautiful friendship.
Don't get ahead of yourself there, boy.
All right then. I would say with that conversation having come to a close, let's bring an end to the session.
Okay.
Yay.
I'm sorry, Chase, that it took so long to get around to your character, but drinking was to be had, it seems.
To be fair, that was quite first meeting.
Yeah.
I don't think it was quite according to plan to have Theo just oh, a dead guy. Let me slip my knife into him.
Let's make sure.
Oh shit, he wasn't dead. Oh, he is now.
I didn't do anything. Oh, but now I'm an accomplice. Oh well.
All right.
Look,
Well,
regardless, it was going to fall on my fucking head either way. CD's luck is notoriously atrocious.
Well, before we get any further, let's Trig, are we still live?
We are still live at the present moment. Would you like to go on live?
Yes, but first of all, to anybody listening to this recording, hope you have enjoyed our little adventure. We will be endeavoring to have continuations of this story once per week, every Monday from 6 o'clock in the evening till 10 o'clock in the evening, British time. I hope you've all enjoyed.
Yes. Yeah, I will add my own little bit. If anyone else wants to add, please add now.
I,
I was just gonna say I've certainly enjoyed.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun, and all I want to say is Cabal prevails. If anybody watching can go to the stream.
Yes, yes, by all means,
We'll be here
find.
all night. Don't forget to tip your waitress. And also, Trig does a very good series together with Scrump. I think he's gonna shill that a lot as well.
I was about to, yes, do the shilling, and yeah, by all means, find Cabal on Gilded. It is an underused platform, and check out Scrump and Mine's stream, and yeah, I will catch you next week on this channel, same time, and I'm going to be continuing to drink heavily. I got through nearly 2 bottles of wine in this season,
Good lord.
in this episode.
You see, Theo, that's how a man drinks.
I
So,
mean, I feel a bit behind. I got through a bottle of wine, double gin and tonic, and a coffee with Baileys, and that's about it.
that's not bad. That is far from terrible going.
Comrade Marshterman, that's going in the notebook.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've
That's
all
fine.
had fun. It's going to be next week. Next Monday. Mark it in your diaries. I will shill it like crazy as usual. And yeah,
And I'll bring a bottle of wine for next session.
outstanding.
Yeah, next week I shall make sure I have sangria.
Ah,
Ginger, you're going to lose. You are going to lose control of this session. I'm telling you now.
if the campaign turns into a chaotic mess, then it will be a short campaign.
I promise
Awesome.
it's a single occurrence.
Yeah. I'm promising
Don't worry,
nothing.
I'm not in the habit of murdering every unconscious person in front of me
In
What
either
do you mean?
case,
or helping in the murder.
it's been a pleasure running this game for you all. Let's hope we get to do it again soon.
Let's
Indeed.
hope.
It would
Yeah.
be nice to see a
And-
Cabal D&D go more than 2 sessions. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And what do you mean it will be a short campaign if it gets off the rails? If it gets off the rails, it just means the campaign changes to, hey, look at this group, they're doing pub crawls.
Yeah. Yeah. So catch us next week for the next episode of Pub Crawl, Cabal style, and we'll catch you all next week. Take care.
Bye bye.
Alright.
Bye
Goodbye.
bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye.